Okay. Oh wait, this is a different dashboard. Okay. Okay, the other one's unlisted. Okay, so we're good. Okay, let me. Okay, now I can hear it again. Yeah, had to. I hope that doesn't fuck with the numbers, but I mean, shit, I kind of had to.
Okay.
I want I want to be leaking information and shit. So.
Everybody's getting a first tonight.
Wait, the first what? Oh, first time match? You gotta hit allow for the. Why is it saying allow temporarily? Like, what the fuck? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess it's just fucking broken. Okay, I guess. Yo. What the fuck? My mic is not working. I'm ready, I'm ready. Yerp. My shit is fried!
The fans be getting a treat tonight.
Oh my lord. What is going on with my settings? This
I
just
mean,
said
besides the Fideezy,
temporarily?
they're getting a treat tonight.
What's good, Paul? How you doing tonight? Or this evening, should I say? How is it going? I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out my mic right now. One of my mics are bugging. Hello? What's good, Logan? Welcome to the stream. What's good? What's good? What's good? I had to restart from the last one because a little bit of like personal stuff going on. I had to end it and restart, but we're good now. We're good now. How we doing? How we doing? Why is my mic not working? I'm so confused. Oh wow. Why is it temporarily allow? Okay, let me see. Terry. Why? Okay, never mind. Okay, I think it's good now. We're good. We're good again. Okay. But yeah, hope everybody's having a hope everybody's having a good Monday. Good Monday evening. Sorry, I had some tech issues. But yeah, hope everybody's having
Hello, everyone.
a good
I
one.
just said I'm giving everybody a treat tonight. Besides the fedora, look, no white T-shirt.
with the sleeves cut. Saved by the bell.
Look, look at how I'm wearing. Look at that. I got Vajeezy on. Look, I got my Vajeezy.
Tight shit. I was gonna ask what that shirt was though. It
Yeah.
looked like I knew it was an anime shirt. I knew it was anime.
Yep. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vajeezy, brother.
Tight shit. Let me see. So we got 3 minutes beforehand. Random side note, just for anybody that probably doesn't know about it. I seen some stuff about the AAA WWE collaboration thing. They have signed about 8 people, quote unquote. I don't know if it's valid or not because apparently the dude had 60 followers that broke the information, and one of the signings was Alberto Del Rio. So I mean, I
Yeah,
genuinely
they
don't
don't
know.
want. They don't want Del. Really, with what Del Rio's past, they don't want that.
Yeah, or at least apparently one of his cases have cleared. Like one of them were dropped, but I mean, if they plan on bringing back Paige, that's not really the best foot forward to put if they
Mm.
want Paige.
Are
So
more than likely. I mean, they own the company, but probably with the Worlds Collide coming up,
yeah,
and maybe some of those people they're thinking leading up to it, they want to have on WWE TV, or some of them they might use on WWE TV, whether it's main roster, NXT, like appear. They would probably have to kind of alter the contracts to give them a little bit of that WWE verbiage, just
yeah,
to make things easier for them to do that, and probably the money part.
yeah.
That's
Plus,
so they're
yeah,
probably altered, but I don't think they're legit, like full on WWE contracts. No, I don't buy that.
yeah. I don't think they're like main. I don't think they're like main roster deals or anything like that. Uh,
It's probably just adjusted. It's probably adjusted language and money so that they can appear and you know
yeah. Because if I had to think about
adjust. Like I said,
yeah, if I had to think about Worlds Collide, I'm probably thinking that you're gonna get a champion versus champion match. I mean, because Alberto Del Rio is the champion. I think he's like the Triple Crown. I think the Triple Crown champion over there. Um,
uh,
Vikingo, of course, is definitely one that's like kind of like one to worry about. Because I mean, he does a lot of AEW stuff. Like he's done ROH and AEW within the past year. So I honestly don't know how the heck his contract situation is. That's the only one specifically that I really thought about where I'm like, yeah, he's definitely not. His can't be legit. His can't be like a legit deal because he does too much outside. He does too much freelancer stuff to like fully be a WWE guy. So I knew for a
yeah,
fact he couldn't be it.
I just think it's like WWE probably between Worlds Collide, maybe an NXT appearance, something on the
Yeah,
main roster. I just think they probably just adjusted contract language, money probably because they're going to be appearing on WWE TV, so their money's probably different. It's probably just a contract like adjustment thing. It's not full on. They're out of AAA and they're full on WWE now. Like I
yeah.
don't buy that.
I don't think it's that because apparently, like like we talked about, it's 3 to 5 months before I guess the deal is even finalized. But also, if it's taking that long, how can you sign 8 people to contracts, or how can you have a collaborative show if you're purchasing the company that you're trying to? It's weird. I don't really know. It's probably a
Yeah,
lot of stuff that I don't really understand. So I mean, I'm gonna just let them handle it. So
I thought that maybe just it was just something to do with like you know maybe for a few it might be legitimate, and if in the next however long it might be, few months from now or whatever it is, like say in the next 6 months, NXT gets kind of gutted for main roster call ups. That like maybe a couple of them might be you know put in NXT for a little bit, and I do know they want to expand internationally.
yeah, but I mean, I feel like they probably, in a way, I feel like they tried that with UK, and not even that it failed, but I feel like they tried it with Japan, or apparently Japan was rumored, but I mean New Japan has a dojo, and they like to train
Well,
everybody,
yeah,
Noah and
I
stuff
just
like
thought maybe
that. It all
I
depends.
just thought about the possibility of maybe like if NXT gets gutted, like they bring a couple of these people over for a brief time to like run NXT to learn the WWE style a little bit, and give it a boost. I perhaps that kind of crossed my mind in it, but no, I don't believe any of these people are actually just like straight up new WWE contracts, not in AAA anymore, and like are going to report to NXT or main roster. Like, no, I don't believe that. No.
There's no way I just seen somebody say that Austin Theory is an advanced version of Logan Paul. Twitter has to be burned.
An advanced version of what?
Like like what are we talking? Oh, people don't deserve the internet. Respectfully. Oh my
An advanced
god.
version of Logan. What?
Yeah, an advanced version of a man who just started wrestling a year ago, 2 years ago. Yeah, that's the tweet. Oh god.
Yeah, no, I don't. No, no. I did. I did. If you didn't read, I didn't read the Shinsuke thing was not true.
Oh yeah, about him being released.
Well, it was his contract is coming up soon, and they haven't renewed it yet, so everybody just ran with that. But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean he's gone. But it certainly means he could be. But because if it's coming up soon, and maybe if he doesn't want to come back, then we won't be seeing him again.
Well, I mean, he'll be in Japan. He'll probably just go back to. I mean, if anything, the furthest he'll go is either Japan or he works for the other con. I mean, there's really not that many places he can go, and plus he is on the older side, so who knows
Yeah,
how long he wants to wrestle for anyway.
That's true.
He
But I guess just the fact that people ran with the narrative that like his contract was coming up and it hasn't been renewed, so they went with it's not going to be renewed, so he's gone.
Yeah.
Which it's possible if they don't want to renew it, or maybe they do, but they don't want to pay him as much as he's being paid now because return on investment. Maybe he's not into it, so they're gonna just let it run out and let him go. That's certainly possible.
Yeah. Plus, since he's abroad,
which means
people just kind of thought he was already left.
We basically won't see him again because I think it's like September it runs out.
Oh, well, they got some. Yeah, they got some time. They're probably going to be more urgent on Karrion if they choose to keep him and Scarlett before they really have to think about Shinsuke being completely off the books.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I mean, I'm really just glad about all the random people, not random people, but like all the people that have got released. Like Gigi's back to being Priscilla Kelly again. Cora Jade's back to being Elena Black. I'm just happy to see all the indie scene just got a whole lot better now. Like I'm excited.
Yeah. Cora did kind of make a little bit of a blunder.
Wait, as far as what?
Well, because she put out that tweet. She's just like, hit me up in her email, but she didn't specify for bookings and whatnot. So she got a lot of weird ass emails.
Yeah, which I felt bad about. Yeah.
I can say, I mean, you people are weird. Well, she should have said that from the beginning.
But realistically, that was her booking email. We got to be honest here. If people hit her up talking about some let's do something that's not wrestling related. You already know damn well she didn't want those inquiries. Now, if she had said, "Oh, hit me up for anything," then that's a whole different story. But so I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Shotzi put out the same tweet, and I don't think Shotzi's DMs or emails are filled with as much freaky stuff as Cora's probably was.
No.
That's looking crazy though. Otis and Rusev. I don't know if I'm happy about that or not. It should be good.
That's definitely going to get a little bit of time, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that's Big Otis.
Gunther McAfee.
Oh,
McAfee was by himself. His whole show was still in Indy. He actually was like satellite from, because they're in Omaha tonight. He satellited from Omaha and did his part of the show, led the show from the arena.
Yeah.
So he didn't bother to do his show and then fly over. He just was already there.
Oh yeah, I mean, once he's booked for certain things like that, it's gonna be hard for him to try to make time for 7 a.m. in the morning and then make it all the way there by 8 or 7 for pre-call.
Okay, we're starting with Jay.
Yeah. I'm guessing this crowd thing is gonna be a predominant staple for him now.
I don't know.
It's not a bad thing, but it's I feel like it will get stale very fast.
What, the coming out from the crowd part?
Yeah. I feel like it should be for special occasions.
I was gonna say the eating ain't going nowhere.
I know the eating is fine, but it's every week he comes through the crowd. It's say it, like when they go back to France, it ain't gonna mean as much. When they go to Australia, it's not gonna mean as much. WrestleMania,
Maybe,
like I don't know.
maybe.
Well, at that point, they gotta really
I mean,
hope that fan
at least
engagement is
for like,
high.
I think at least for like big, I think for at least for like bigger events, he should come out the right way, not through the crowd.
Oh, through the ramp.
He should.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a nice. All right, that's a good crowd for.
They're loud though. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Also, before this promo starts, though, if nobody's really noticed yet, we did hit 400 over the weekend, which is very, 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 very exciting. Came out of nowhere,
Yes.
but yeah.
Yes.
Once again, we appreciate all 418 of you guys. For real, for real.
Yes, we do. 500, here we come.
500 on the way.
Yo.
But I'm not gonna lie though, I vaguely remember about, you know, the whole Logan Paul thing. I still have not really like invested time into the idea of like, oh, this is the Backlash match.
Look, as like a quickly booked one-off, I don't really have a problem with it. I know it's not going to be like 5-star or anything like that, but like thrown together one-off, it's okay. I mean, Logan had a one-off with Roman. I mean, it's not like, you know, totally out of nowhere.
Probably comfortability, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I think we're doing one more. Nope. Okay. Oh.
He'll say if you do it one more.
If
Fuck
what
no.
happened to Sammy last week, if what happened to Sammy last week is any indication, Jay is soon to be a target.
Oh yeah, definitely. One of them are coming for that belt.
Seth first, probably.
Yeah.
It's easier when you're sitting down. I think that's been the case forever, Cole. Omaha's asking for it. Our champion will deliver.
I feel like every time they go over, like if he does it twice, I feel like they have more time tonight. But that's the only thing I can think of.
There's not a lot of wrestling on, like, for sure on the books tonight, so
Yeah.
even at like a 2.5-hour show with commercials, stuff like this can run.
Probably, yeah.
What we got 3 matches, like, for legit tonight?
Yeah, 3 confirmed, but I hope there's more matches than talking, but
So, like, yeah, I guess is Pat and Gunther going to be, like, the main event segment, or is it the Rollins thing going to be the main event segment?
probably Rollins, I would assume.
I said the World Heavyweight Champion, main event Jey Uso, is now in your city.
Tight shit. See what the vibes are.
I'm here. I know Logan Paul here. So let's stand on business tonight, Oos. Where you at? Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Off the rip.
Paul Heyman.
I think that for a while that's the only way this new group is getting boots, because they're hating Heyman. It's not because they're hating Seth and Braun.
Definitely.
I came here tonight not to disrespect the World Heavyweight Champion, main event Jey Uso. But I
Oh,
dragged
no.
myself all the way out
Something
here
just hit my head. Something just
to
hit my head.
Omaha, Nebraska.
A what if just hit my head and I don't like
Because
it.
I wanted to say something straight to the face.
They target Jay. Jay loses on Saturday to Logan because Logan's with them.
Oh.
OG, you got a lot of.
I honestly don't. I don't like it. I don't like it, but I can see it.
To my family.
A more serious Logan could technically fit the group, even though I don't really want to see it.
About betraying our tribal chief.
He's definitely young, so he would fit the young part. And at some point, if he really sticks around for a while, at some point, Logan Paul is going to be a world champ.
One, I saw past you. I warned my cousin about you. I warned CM Punk about you too. Well, it's a shame while you were handing out the warnings, nobody bothered to warn me. Maybe you should have warned me about my best friend in the world, my BFF, my brother in arms, CM Punk. Excuse me a minute. You can keep your damn booze to yourself when the microphone is in my hand.
Yeah, light him up, Nebraska.
Not one of you, and not you, had to live through what I lived through. My best friend in the world, CM Punk, put me in a position where it absolutely, positively, 100% guaranteed it would sabotage my... CM Punk. They chant his name because they don't know what's in the dark heart of that man. That man, my best friend, put me in a situation that absolutely, positively guaranteed it would sabotage my relationship with our tribal chief, Roman Reigns. And
how can you still be a glazer and you literally low blow this man?
Roman Reigns for a minute.
How can you glaze?
I don't know.
I had a dream.
You're not MLK. Shut up.
I give him benefit of the doubt. He knows what he's doing.
I had a dream with my best friend in the world, CM Punk, while Roman Reigns was still playing high school football. Long before he even thought about following in his father and his uncle's footsteps and being inside a wrestling ring. And because I wanted my best friend in the world to overcome all the adversity he ever faced in his entire life and be in his corner for WrestleMania, what did Roman Reigns think I was going to do? Sell his secrets to CM Punk? Why would I do that after I built the bloodline for 5 freaking years? Tell me why I would do that. Tell me. I found
I'm not surprised they got him taking credit for the bloodline, to be honest.
I found a stray big dog on the island of irrelevancy, and I turned him into the tribal chief and the ruler of the WWE Universe. We were the undisputed WWE champion for 1,316 days, and I'm not the one that blew it by getting beat by Cody Rhodes after being distracted by Seth Rollins at WrestleMania 40. He lost the title. He lost the title that I spent 5 years of my life building him up as the champion, and then what did he do? He disappears. He goes back to being a big dog licking his big wounds and leaves me in the hands of Solo and Jacob Fatu and those Tongans who put me through a table in Madison Square Garden had almost ended my 40-year career, and he didn't come back to avenge me. He came back to get his Ulathala back. But I betrayed Roman Reigns, right? I betrayed Roman Reigns, who couldn't handle the fact they just wanted to help my best friend live out his dream. No, it's always Paul Heyman. I'm always the liar. I'm always at fault. I'm the betrayer. I'm the double crosser. I'm always the freaking scumbag in the situation. Not this time. I'm right. I'm right. I'm in the right. And you blame me? Screw you!
Oh.
I mean, you still a scumbag. I'm keeping it a buck with you, bro. I don't care how bad you are. Fuck all that.
And screw each and every single one of you for booing me.
I'm not gonna lie. I got something to say about this, but I'm gonna wait till he finishes. Yeah, he's locked in though. I ain't gonna cap. He's locked in. Because I see the yin and the yang to this promo, more or less. Because he's not wrong, but he's also not completely right either.
Oh, he's a spin doctor for sure.
That's why him and Seth work well together.
Are you okay? As a matter of fact, are you done? As a matter of fact, I got another question for you, OG. What does this have to do with me?
That's the main reason, the main question.
I owe you an apology. It has nothing to do with you. Not that part. I didn't come out here to talk about Roman Reigns and CM Punk. Here's the one thing, though. I did come out here to talk about you, which has everything to do with you, Jey Uso. See, you won that title because you want that title. But that title is all about power and control. And honestly, Jey, you don't know how to wield power and control.
Are you trying to recruit?
Understand that leverage. You think coming out here every night and yeeting with the audience and putting on the best in-ring performance
like another Sammy thing, like
takes, but
join
that's
us
not
or else.
what that title is about. So while you need in your heart to be champion, and while you want to be champion, Seth Rollins has to be champion. Seth Rollins has to have that power. Seth Rollins has to have that control. And Braun Breaker, well, that was just stage one of our plan. Stage two is that title. But I'm out here tonight to do you a favor. And we all know how well those favors work out, don't we? I'm gonna let you sign your own death warrant. I'm gonna let you pick the night that you lose the World Heavyweight Championship. Because Jey Uso, Seth freaking Rollins hereby challenges you to the World Heavyweight Championship. He pinned Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. He beat Roman Reigns in CM Punk. You know he deserves to be the #1 contender. The favor is this. You pick the time, you pick the place. Because Seth Rollins will fight you for that title anytime, any place.
Whoa, OG. up now.
Yeah, about to say, what the hell? That just took me
Omaha,
off guard.
can you help me out? But did he just say, anytime, any place, anywhere, for the World Heavyweight Championship against Seth freaking Rollins? Well, Omaha, it's on tonight. 4 letters, 1 word.
Oh, shit. Damn.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Is that official? Well, in my mind, the master manipulator.
Jay's not losing the title tonight.
Paul Heyman did it again.
He's not losing tonight.
He manipulated Jey Uso to putting his title.
I don't know.
Tonight, if you're Jey Uso, Pat, was it the
I
right
could see, or here's what I can see. Here's what I can see coming. Here's what I can see
no
from
idea
this.
if it was the right move. Only time will tell.
Seth,
I
Braun,
love the move,
some
though. We're not only
weirdness
leaving them
happens.
off, but we got
Braun
a
gets
world
involved. It looks like
championship
Jay's gonna
fight on the
lose.
line tonight.
Punk's
Let's have a Raw.
Punk's going to stop it.
manager Adam Pearce makes it official.
But then they could cost him the belt on Saturday, and because Logan's with them.
Judgment Day.
I mean, Seth does hate Logan, though.
Is presented by
Logan
American
technically is still
Home
also the antagonist, even though he's full-time. He still technically is. He's basically part-time, too.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a swerve if, like, it seems like he
And ladies
really
and
hates him,
gentlemen, this
but
was 2 weeks ago.
I know, like, the Seth thing was, like, that was, like, literally 2 years in the making of, like, them having beef. I don't think it's going to be like let's play the long game and have Logan Paul be a Seth Rollins, like, supporter. I don't think it'll go that far. Or at least for the sake of, like, storyline-wise, I don't think it'll make that much sense.
hey, I'm just saying, it would not shock me if it went like that. I'm not saying I want it to, but tonight, Jay's not losing to Seth tonight. I think it'll look like Jay's about to lose, but Punk's gonna stop the plan tonight. Like, they'll be foiled tonight by Punk.
And retain the tag titles.
Or Sammy, or both.
Well, Sammy might be on the shelf. I ain't gonna lie. That man ate, like,
I
5 beers.
They haven't mentioned it. I haven't heard them mention it, at least, that Sammy's, like, out. He was just out. I don't know if they, like, I guess maybe for story reason, like, maybe not tonight, but
Yeah. Penta. But I mean, solid opener though. Solid opener.
yeah. So going right after Jay, I thought they would kind of like work up to it, but maybe this is like the opening salvo in Seth getting the title.
Featuring one of the greatest guitarists of all time, Adam Jones from Grammy Award-winning band Tool, using a specific.
Did not know Tool made this man's theme song. That's kind of crazy.
Penta's theme, "The Fire Is Coming," will be available on music platforms soon.
Like maybe Punk soils it, or soils. Okay, where the hell's my mind at?
Oh God, he's swirling shit.
And Penta's in action.
No, like
JD McDonough
maybe Punk
on the Judgment Day, live on
spoils
Netflix.
Rollins from winning tonight, and perhaps maybe Rollins gets the briefcase.
Right. Do you guys want to do?
It all depends.
It's a Rollins thing. It is a Rollins thing.
Yeah, but I don't think we've had a multi-time briefcase winner since Punk, to be honest.
Well,
Which goes to show how rare it is to probably win it twice, I guess, from a kayfabe perspective. That only one person has won it like 3 times.
but if it plays in the storyline, Seth could have the briefcase, and then
Yeah, or at least in this case, since like Gunther's probably gonna be preoccupied, it's a lot easier for them to just kind of like crown him #1 contender and have him chase the belt because he doesn't have to go through anybody or really wait for anybody. But I'm not gonna lie though, as far as that promo though, the more that I really think about it, like not even saying like I'm like a Roman Reigns fan or anything, But the more I let his story play out in my mind,
Yeah.
he's a monster that two people created, and as soon as he started to like really like reciprocate and absorb the energy from the power that he was handed in the case of Heyman and kind of like forced into by Seth, as far as like him turning on him and everything like years ago, they started to resent the fact that okay, Roman still had cracks in his armor as far as like he could be presented as invincible, but overall he's not invincible. And no matter how much he talked about himself in a like bestowing way, there was always times where he would almost lose because Roman is human. He's always been human. And once he starts to really like kind of lean back into that, i.e., him losing the world championship to show how human he really is, everybody just turned on him, starting with Solo, as far as saying, losing has consequences, stealing his Ulafala, stealing the bloodline, and then Heyman basically saying, oh, he lost, wasted 5 years of my career, and then you come back for a Ulafala instead of saving me, which basically in turn is blaming Roman for something that they helped him create, something that they bestowed on him that he probably didn't even really want, in theory, because he was the big dog. He was on hiatus for something different. But
Yeah.
obviously, the quest for gold, which is kind of similar to this John Cena thing, the quest for gold makes people do crazy things, and you forget who you truly are, essentially, or you become something you don't really want to be, or you truly aren't to be champion. Which is now, if anything, Roman Reigns is on the redemption arc. To be honest, as far as like he's still the tribal chief, but it's a more humanized tribal chief because he's always been human.
Well, he should be.
Yeah, he was never
He
allowed to
should.
be a human.
He should be.
Yeah.
So are you like turning it? Are you like flipping the script from after the triple threat? Is he still your tribal chief?
I mean, in kayfabe terms, he's still a tribal chief, but I do kind of see like how he's like
He fell
he's
for
kind
it.
of a victim.
I
He's
cannot
partially the victim.
believe he fell for it. He wants to do the match tonight. You were so right.
Paul, you know what I love more than anything? I love to say, I told you so. So if you will indulge me,
Always.
I told you so.
He did tell me so.
Seth freaking Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Do you understand everything that's going on here tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Think of this. Bestow a little wisdom upon you. Roman Reigns prepared for Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Seth Rollins pinned the biggest star in the entire industry, Roman Reigns, in the main event of WrestleMania. CM Punk prepared with unbridled passion for Seth Rollins at WrestleMania. Seth Rollins not only beat Roman Reigns and CM Punk and Roman Reigns lost to Seth Rollins in the main event of WrestleMania. Jey Uso is a great champion. We can't take that away from Jey Uso. He tapped out Gunther at WrestleMania for the title. Jey Uso is no easy day in the park. But Jey Uso is not focused on Seth Rollins. Jey Uso is distracted by Logan Paul. And he's had no time to prep for Seth Rollins. But Seth Rollins, all he's focused on is Jey Uso because there's nobody left. There's nobody left. Seth Rollins is a sniper, and he has Jey Uso in his sights. And tonight, Braun Breaker, we get handed the keys to the kingdom when the referee hands the World Heavyweight Championship to Seth freaking Rollins.
Well, as Paul Heyman was going on and on and on, Pat and I were just told in our headsets
Yeah.
from our general manager, Adam Pearce, that this match has been made official for tonight.
I would be like, holy, that would definitely be a holy shit if, like, the whole Backlash, like, this weekend gets completely thrown upside down because they actually give the belts to Seth tonight.
Yeah. They've done it before. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't hold it against them if they were to do it.
But then what? It's gonna be Seth and Logan, or like a triple threat
The wise man
because he deserves a rematch.
in magical ways
Yeah, I mean,
for his guys.
So once again, this
the whole world will be turned on his head. Ain't no way JD McDonough got the job of entrance. That's nutty.
That is nutty.
McDonough's running buddies hanging out at ringside. Penta's gonna have the proverbial.
Well, not the jobber. Let me take that back. I mean, he just got no entrance at all. Let me put it like
And
that.
zero fear, because they're certainly going to get involved. Will he be able to handle it? JD McDonough fresh back from a horrific lung injury.
Yeah, I have no idea how on earth this man. Well, first off, he crashed into our table, couldn't move, and he actually finished the match, Pat.
With one lung. He had a punctured lung. They're calling him the Iron Lung. Obviously, it's incredibly exhausting to be in a professional wrestling match. To do it with one lung is absolutely unheard of.
We're going to try to do it with two on Saturday. And now McDonough roll up, shoulders down, almost had Penta.
Wish I could get a few more.
And JD McDonough with a standing moonsault, cover again on Penta, and a kick out. Hey, you
It's actually more of an even match than probably most people would probably expect.
Made fun of him over the last couple of months because of the size of his skull.
Yeah, but we haven't made fun of him. We've complimented him.
JD McDonough can definitely go.
He uses it as a weapon. It has a big brain
Yeah,
in it.
JD should use the show.
World Tag Team Champion, very confident,
showcase his
methodical,
abilities here.
but Penta will not.
For what he
back
did,
down.
he
will mix it up with the best of
absolutely
them.
100%
Certainly
should
will,
be
and
pushed.
that's what's been so impressive about Penta. He can do all the electrifying stuff, but he can also get down in a fist fight if you need him to. JD McDonough's the same way.
Oh, and Penta with a chop to McDonough in the corner. And now kick
Damn.
right to the hamstring. Brings McDonough down again.
Penta
Carrying them legs
methodically
up.
beating down JD McDonough.
Yeah, unorthodox, scintillating offensive style for Penta. But JD McDonough went for a chop of his own, and Penta makes him pay. Welts beginning to build on the chest of McDonough.
Then the surf walk. How you doing? Keep it moving. It's pentalating, you mean?
Oh, damn.
Penta just so damn cool.
I should have gone to bathroom for the last
Balor
commercial
was
break,
asking
but
for a timeout.
I might have got us a
JD
couple
McDonough so
new
hard he did
subs.
a backflip and almost got pinned for it.
Hey.
What a absolutely powerful beginning here for Penta.
Well, you know, hey, look, you know, I hate to talk shop during a wrestling show, but I never thought the subs part would be
JD McDonough catches him with an
hard.
elbow.
JD's
Pause.
been a tag team champion, obviously in singles matches.
Shoot, that's the whole.
Not really
That's,
sure
that's
what
half
he's
the
gonna be
battle.
with the WWE.
It's half the battle, but I actually figured that would be that would definitely
Now
have
we're
been
talking
the easier
catapult to
part.
the top, brother.
Big kick to the ear of McDonough. JD McDonough has an exhaustive training regimen. Tremendous stamina.
I've
Again,
always
we
expected
see
that
the
would be the
welts
easier part.
just growing on the chest of JD McDonough.
Yeah, every time I hear one and see one, it obviously makes me think about what's happening Saturday, but nonetheless.
Yeah, good luck in St. Louis.
Jeez Louise.
You go face to face with Gunther later on tonight, and McDonough blocked by Penta. Penta with a kick again to the
Step
side
up
of
in
the head
Seguri
of
on the
McDonough.
apron. Hold on.
Penta
To the floor,
warning
though.
Finn Balor to stay
never
out of my
mind.
way.
Judgment Day always going to get a little peeksy in. Hold on a second.
JD
Oh.
McDonough dropping Penta on the back of
DVD.
his head on the apron. Thanks to
We
the
ain't talking
Balor
tapes here.
distraction. Look at this impact.
Hey, he bounced off that apron. I'm not gonna lie, 1 second, because I really have to take care of something. Hopefully, I don't miss too much of this commercial. Won't miss too much from the commercial.
Nah, yeah, we got 3 minutes. I gotta pee. That'll take like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Hold on, chat.
Assist?
Oh,
No
shit.
results found. Best TV personality?
Top 1,000.
What about celebrity golfer?
Do you really want to know?
No.
New customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Weight loss. For so long,
I felt stuck.
I tried and tried again. Lost weight, gained it back.
But Zepbound means change. Zepbound is for adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off.
Activating 2 naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body, Zepbound works differently.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss. It's changing how much weight I lose, up to 48 pounds. And some lost over 58 pounds.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Zepbound means change.
Discover the weight loss you could be bound for. Ask your doctor about Zepbound.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Now, everyone who knows a boom when they see one is gonna want in.
Yonder, y'all! The Wi-Fi's booming! Hello, boom time.
Streaming Pete done struck Xfinity.
I'm gonna stream on 100 devices at once, just 'cause I can.
You crazy Streaming Pete.
I'm not just prioritizing my device, I'm shifting the paradigm.
Stream me sideways. It's bursting with Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi is booming.
Good thing there's plenty to go around.
The Wi-Fi's booming.
And Penta and J.D. McDonough doing battle. What's been a great matchup, but McDonough has taken over, Pat.
He certainly has, and the Judgment Day has certainly helped. Carlito, the bad apple from Judgment Day, got a cheap shot in Penta, and J.D. McDonough has taken advantage. Oh, slide through.
And Penta makes McDonough pay.
You've only missed like 10 seconds.
Oh, JD better get out of there.
Oh.
That's what I was afraid of. Face
Never seen that
first.
before.
Total facial from Penta.
Hold on,
Penta
Pat.
drags McDonough, rolls him to the center of the ring, hook of the leg, and a kick out by McDonough. I'll show you what happened with J.D. McDonough. This is incredible.
Yeah, during the break, J.D. McDonough hits
Oh,
a
damn.
standing Spanish fly on Penta, almost wins it. Penta was able to regain a little bit of steam, and then
I'm guessing with Liv gone for about a month, I guess they're gonna try to hold off the breakup
Omaha's
until she
alive
gets
because
back.
Penta has J.D. McDonough in his sights.
Guess what J.D. was worried
I
about.
thought they
He
could still
slowed Penta
further it.
momentarily, but
But
Penta beginning to
I don't
build
know. Yeah, I don't know.
momentum.
It probably won't cap off
Big
until
chop
she's
again
back.
by
But they
Penta,
can probably definitely further it.
Hand to the chest.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge from Penta.
J.D. telegraphed that, and he paid for it.
Big punt from Penta.
And now
Oh,
Penta,
snap.
sling
Reverse
blade.
sling blade.
Cover by Penta. Hooks the leg now on McDonough, who's able to kick out at two.
I don't know if anybody that like watches or is like, you know, currently like passing through. Make sure to like the stream. Greatly appreciate it. Try to get 10 likes on the stream tonight, man. Try to get 10 likes.
Jeez.
McDonough's
Yeah, come on, we got 11 last week. Let's get 10 tonight. Let's Monday Night Raw. Let's do that
there's
thing.
that tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Knee right to the spine. Cover on McDonough, and another near fall for Penta.
Tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. I'm not gonna lie, this match has kind of been hitting.
J.D. McDonough wasn't able to kick out.
Yeah, it's been good.
Somehow this fight continues, and now Penta's thinking,
Wait a minute.
let's destroy this McDonough man.
I just noticed Finn is wearing a Dominic Mysterio shirt.
Carlito getting
Oh yeah.
grabbing the back of the mask of Penta. Who makes
Oh snap.
Carlito pay?
Bro almost took the mask off.
Latino cheat.
McDonough sets
Okay.
it forward.
Not gonna lie, I kind of like it.
Penta
I did not know it
climbing
said
on
cheap,
top.
to be honest.
And Penta
Oh
with a
snap.
crossbody.
Penta giving Omaha
Shoot, JD
what
just
they
ragdolled
want.
on the floor.
Zero fear. Zero
Well, that's
mano
definitely not
from the
something
top rope.
JD's ever had a problem with is selling.
Oh, for
Now
sure.
looking on as Penta just wiped out McDonough and Carlito, and Penta Gonna drag his opponent back into the ring.
That's the type of offense.
It's interesting to see that Dom's not out there, though. Wonder what he's doing.
You love to see it. You have a Nebraska crowd chanting Sierra Viejo. That's crazy.
Man.
The official was dealing with
From a history perspective, yeah, that's something I never thought I would understand. Oh, damn.
Eddie Arango.
Oh, damn. Out of here.
Where's Dom, though?
An incredibly fresh fade and a very good call by
Could this
Eddie
be a plan?
Arango. Kicking the judgment
I
down
don't know.
from ringside. Now it's one-on-one.
And if Penta goes up top, now wait a minute.
Oh.
Chad Gable. Gable, who was
Okay. Chad.
Penta. Remember they had a confrontation last week. And Penta now.
Oh, damn.
Maybe Gable should have come out here as a Grande Americano. He might have had more success.
I don't know what you're referring to. They are not the same people.
Oh.
From J.D. McDonough's Chrome Dome.
And now McDonough with
Oh,
Penta
God.
in trouble. Gonna head up to the
Please
top
don't have
rope.
Penta lose again.
Moonsault, nobody home. Penta.
Mexican
Oh.
Destroyer.
Crunched him. Pause.
Penta wins.
You know what I like about this is it's similar to Phoenix on Friday.
Oh, very.
Penta, the odds stacked against him. 4-on-1
Well,
at one point, Pat.
in the sense that like
He thought he took out everybody.
he
We
won
thought
with
was gonna be able to boom.
basically he won with a Canadian destroyer instead
Hit a
of
Mexican Destroyer,
his
but we
moves, so
knew
he
the road
can
would
win
be
with
tough.
multiple moves, like just like
And even though Judgment Day
like it's not just one
interfered and Chad
one move,
Gable
it could be a multitude
interfered,
of moves that can
Penta
finish a match.
reigns supreme
I like that.
on
Yeah.
Monday Night Raw.
Ask for a match, you have a match.
Oh, here's Grayson.
I didn't know it was him. That changes everything.
No, it doesn't. I'm looking for you, man.
Hey, I was actually just talking to Peace about the match, and I was just telling him how last week I think I was very selfish. I was a bad mate trying to get a singles match. That's not the kind of guy I am. And I think maybe you should have the match tonight. I think that'll be great for you. Great opportunity.
Wait, who's this match with that he doesn't want it so bad?
Let's go. Pierce? Let's go. Are you serious right now? I'm a great tag team partner. Are you? Yes.
You're really a good partner? Look, if that's what you guys want to do, is that what you want? Fine, Austin Theory, it's official. You have yourself a singles match. Happy?
Yes.
Happy Monday.
Who was
It's
in this
official.
match?
It's official, dude. This is gonna be great. You're gonna kill it.
I'm excited, but who's it against?
Look, I think it's better as a surprise. But trust me, you're gonna love it. But we gotta get to the ring all day. You've got this, lad. Easy.
Surprise.
Wait a minute.
Girl, thanks for playing in this.
There's two options here. One, Bronson Reed is returning. Or two, this is Jeff
was thinking
Cobb.
that.
This is Jeff Cobb under a new name. Because he did retire the Jeff Cobb name over the weekend. And technically, Matanza Cueto, even though Dario Cueto is obviously an MLW, they could put Jeff Cobb in a mask. If they wanted to, change up his gimmick and everything.
I guess if they didn't want him to have anything to do with the like him being part Samoan, and that doesn't factor into it later.
I mean, we wouldn't really know that though, for the most part. But yeah, I'm sitting there like they finally get TV time, and the time they get it is for you to literally be like, oh, Grayson's like, I don't even want this match for real. Like, maybe I shouldn't have this match. But now, I mean, I guess it builds intrigue because I mean, if Grayson doesn't want to have an in-ring match with him, I mean, I guess it must be that type of deal. But I mean, so far we had Seth Rollins and his group. Basically, I guess, quote unquote, play Jey Uso like a fiddle, which I don't know why they're surprised that he's a fighting champion. I feel like that's how he lost the IC title. He tried to defend it every week. At least from what I can recall. But I mean, overall, so far so good. If I do say so myself, I would say so far so good. But yeah, I'm interested though. Like, who the heck is this mystery guy? Wait, also a random side note, since we're doing those commercials, I did try to work on like a format for like clipping things or like clippable things more or less. I'm still kind of working on that because I kind of had it running before, but it was not working at all. So that was something I have to lab in the future. But eventually, I mean, I can probably work a way around it for now, like just kind of what I did before. But eventually, I'm gonna work something out for that. So if anybody is wondering, where they've been, because I mean, there hasn't been any short form stuff in like a little over 2 months. So
yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, it's 50-50. It's a good trade off because I mean, there have been videos, but I mean, if people want that as well, or if it's like a 2-for-1 thing, pick and choose, I guess. Tomato, tomato.
Omaha is hosting Monday Night Raw tonight, first time in a couple of years. Saturday night main event coming up at the end of the month in Tampa.
Omaha don't look too bad. At Sunset, Omaha don't look too bad.
Shout out to the legend.
Well, downtown
Anthony
Omaha.
Lionheart Smith, retired UFC fighter.
Oh wow, Anthony Smith.
The light heavyweight division is
Hey man, any place that's affordable and quiet, I'll go.
Great to have you here, Bob.
Honestly.
And there's Austin Theory set for action.
All right, who's this match against, dude?
He said to Pierce, "Hey, give Theory the chance. Let's find out who
Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Is.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
Well, we've been wondering where he was.
Here he is. The fella is back.
I have a problem with Sheamus on my screen, but I would have liked, I'm not going to lie, when you said Bronson Reed, I was kind of thinking, and I was like, yeah, I would like to see Bronson back.
Well, Pat Theory's expression.
I'm not gonna lie to it. With all due respect, though,
he knows he was
we're ducking Sheamus in 2025. Let me stop. Stop. Let me stop. I mean, Sheamus is that guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna cap, but I mean,
Out of the match whenever he heard Sheamus.
well, I guess we already.
He deserves that one. He deserves that one belt before he goes. I'm not gonna say.
I mean, quite a dirtbag move to do to your friend.
Yeah.
He's not long for wrestling, I would imagine. At this
He felt like he was
point,
selfish last week whenever he scheduled himself a match.
Yeah,
So
but I
trying to be a
mean,
good friend, or he
it all
was,
depends, I guess.
bit of a coward.
I feel like at that point, if they really want him to chase this Grand Slam, like he's been chasing it for the past 6 years now, maybe even more.
Going one-on-one tonight. These guys had a rivalry over the United States Championship a couple of years ago.
Oh, they did.
Sheamus is a strapping lad from Dublin, Ireland. He is beloved by the WWE Universe because
Yeah.
he's wildly tough and will fight anybody.
I completely forgot they were in the mix for the U.S. title.
First ballot Hall of Famer. He's done it all in his career.
Oh, damn.
Four-time
Uppercut.
world champion, three-time United States champion, five-time
Damn!
held the Intercontinental title. But he's been Mr. Money in the Bank. He's won the Royal Rumble. He's been King of the Ring.
He's done it all.
Hey, hold on, Austin. Go crazy then. Hold on.
Theory, who you have some history with, and you know what he can do in the ring.
Absolutely. Austin Theory has been a
Oh, damn. Never mind.
rocket ship on the rise for seemingly some time. We're all waiting for him to get to the outer stratosphere because that's what's possible with him.
I'm really waiting on them to just turn Theory heel. I mean, not heel. Turn him face at this point.
Sheamus, again, always in tremendous shape.
I feel like Grayson just really sets this man up for failure every time he gets a match. He set this man up for failure every time.
There's work in the ring.
Can
on the
we
mic,
buy a baby
committed
face
to the
Austin
business.
Theory, though?
Everything about him.
And another one.
Yeah.
Superstar.
I mean, he was facing NXT with the way
And Sheamus, center of the ring, perhaps going to look for the
for a little bit.
relief here. Submission move.
Because to be honest, in a way, like most people probably wouldn't think it, but I mean,
Okay,
he probably could be more. He's more likable than probably most people would probably give him credit for. If you're not thinking about all the other extra things that people try to like attach to his name, more or less. He's not really a bad guy.
Yeah, one of the most physical men
Did you see that
in the
little
history
graphic on the
of
screen?
WWE.
Oh, Cena's going to be in Dayton?
And here we now into the clover.
Yeah, but they also said tickets on sale.
Oh, hell yeah, it's Ohio.
Waller looks real concerned, and Theory makes it to the bottom rope. You look real concerned, Mr. Waller. Real concerned.
Yeah, just passing the Sheamus off.
Got this man on Theory here getting his ass beat on a Monday night.
Any less enthusiastic about helping his
oh shit!
Wait a minute.
Flying Irishman.
Theory taken out, and Sheamus is fired up.
You know what's wild? Sheamus is damn near 50, and he's putting his knees on the floor like that from the top rope.
Is he that old?
Pushing real slow.
I think he's. Y'all might be in the same realm. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like, I might be gassing it, but I feel like Sheamus is definitely. He's definitely up there though. Not in a bad way, but he's up there though. Okay, my phone is tweaking out. Okay. Sheamus. Yeah, he's 47. But this man is 47 years old, doing axe handles, straight to the floor, no cushion. Well, I mean, there's cushion, but not completely, if that makes sense. But I mean, also on a weird side note, not a weird one, but the Celtics are putting BTA right now, which I mean, I guess is kind of a good thing. Makes up for the fact that we lost. I'm not surprised, but kind of makes up for it.
Come on, I mean, given recent history of matches, does anybody really think the Knicks are actually going to beat us?
I mean, they're probably going to get a game. I'm not going to say that they're like they might not get swept.
Well, I mean, the series. I'm not saying they can't win a game or two.
Yeah, but people they know they're not winning. Yeah. Well, not they, but people know they're not winning. But this just ain't the game.
They don't match up.
This ain't the game they're gonna get. Well, at least not anymore, because shoot, you traded away Julius Randle, got rid of DiVincenzo. They got Bridges, but I mean, who the heck is he gonna guard? You can put him on Brown. You can put him on Tatum. I was like, who is he guarding? But yeah. What am I going to do with Sheamus after this match, though? Because, I mean, granted, like I said, I enjoyed the Dominic run so far, even though it's only been, 2 weeks now. I don't want them to just randomly be like, oh, let's just have Dom drop it.
Yeah, a little over 2.
Yeah. Like, I get Sheamus want to be Grand Slam, but it's like at the same time, we do got to worry about that future, though. Still.
Well, I mean,
58 on hand.
Sheamus could get his moment,
since the Royal Rumble.
And then
put him over.
Bronson takes it
was supposed to be in this matchup. Waller found out who his opponent was and said, "Hey, Theory, you want an opportunity?"
Oh shit!
Austin jumped at the chance.
I kind of passed the ball here, but
and Sheamus, power.
And that's why Sheamus is so resilient, tough, and powerful. He'll beat you up from the beginning of the match to the end of the match.
In theory, I believe, about to have his chest caved in.
Oh shit! Tim beats it up, Aldrin.
And,
oh, never mind.
Good counter.
Theory, slingshot through the ropes.
Oh!
Sheamus brilliantly
using
Austin. There's momentum against him.
And he forces Theory to kick out. Great move by Sheamus to wrap the arm and the leg.
You know what's crazy? I remember seeing that interview where I guess I forgot who they were talking to, but they said Sheamus low-key hits everybody equally as hard. And if you tell him to not hit you as hard, he's just gonna do it harder than he normally does.
Great rivalry in the past over the United States Championship.
Well, yeah, because Sheamus, you know, has like he's an old school kind of dude. Like, he's not gonna hurt you, but the moves are gonna connect.
Yeah, you're gonna feel something.
Went for a battering ram and had to roll through. His Theory got out of harm's way. And now sends Sheamus shoulder first to the post. And Theory has an opportunity. A kick drops Sheamus to his knees. Theory rolling through. Oh, and a blockbuster.
But how can you have this man lose every week?
Sheamus kicks out near fall.
This man did a rolling blockbuster, my dude. Like, why is he losing every week? Who's doing that?
I don't know.
And I love Sheamus. Shout out Sheamus O'Shaughnessy, you know, FCW and all that jazz. But this is crazy.
Against Seth Rollins here tonight, and doing a little bit of research during the break, Pat. Jey Uso.
But that's also why I kind of think Theory would be a good face too, because I'm not gonna lie, his moveset is good, but I mean it's not really heel like, to be honest. I mean he's flipping and shit. I don't think that's really, it's doable, but
Austin Theory.
Streaks are meant to be broken. Every night can be something different.
Oh shit! Hold on, from the top rope. White noise.
White noise.
Sheamus. Little bit of white
boom.
Noise. Man, it's great to have Sheamus back.
You know, they were talking 100 men versus one gorilla.
Oh God, no.
Sheamuses, I think we'd be okay.
This dude Pat, bro.
Showing their appreciation.
I'm not gonna lie to 100 Sheamuses versus a gorilla.
Topical, I guess.
They're starting to question Grayson Waller. Why would you do this? Why would you put me through this?
You said, why would you do this to me?
Because he's about to get 10 beats to the mountain.
He about to beat that chest up. Pause.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, I paused it. Damn.
14 of them.
14? Bro, damn.
And Grayson Waller couldn't bear to watch. And Sheamus says, I got my eyes on you, fella. Broke!
Damn.
Grayson Waller. This might have been the smartest thing he ever did. Theory loses to
He sold the frick off that bro kick too, I'm not gonna lie to you.
He did.
Sheamus is back.
I'm not gonna lie though. For not knowing that Sheamus was returning,
over Austin Theory.
that was good.
Grayson Waller said, no thank you, whenever Adam Pearce told him who he had to wrestle tonight. He said, I got the perfect guy for you.
Well, you know,
sends Austin Theory in for that beating.
Mr. Waller has some explaining to do to Austin Theory. You know they're going to be talking about this tomorrow morning. Sam,
I'm not gonna lie, what if we get Theory versus Waller in Perth?
For Monday Night Raw and WWE on the Raw recap.
Good.
Available every Tuesday on WWE.
Even though Perth is a long way away, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
Going to be talking about this breaking news. Wait a minute. Bit of an argument going on over there between Theory and Waller.
Somewhere in Perth. It doesn't necessarily have to be PLE.
Now, Pat, this is going to take place Saturday.
Oh, Dom for his Penta at Backlash? Okay.
St. Louis, 7 o'clock Eastern start time, 4 o'clock.
See, I knew they were gonna add more matches to the card. I knew it wasn't gonna be 5.
Forced to defend the Intercontinental Championship one-on-one.
I guess that's it.
Penta.
They ain't doing more than 6.
Boys, what was that? What was that? I don't. The ref kicking you guys out. I don't like kick me out. I have a question. What was Gable doing out there? Did you ask him to come out? Well, I tell you, him and Penta.
Hey, Raquel, though.
ASAP.
Don't worry, I'm gonna take
Let me
care
stop.
of Penta at Backlash, but I do miss my Juanita. Me too. You know,
Let me stop.
What are you doing here?
Prince, what's up, man?
What the hell?
What'd you get in here?
AJ.
Oh, truth. You told me exactly where this place was. It wasn't even hard to find. You know, I didn't try to come in here and start a fight, cause any trouble. Just want to give you a friendly reward. I mean, gosh, I can't even think. It's a warning, and it is friendly. I don't care who wins at Backlash. I'm coming after that Uncomic. Okay.
Whatever.
I'm so flustered right now.
I got you.
Old man, you know what? It doesn't matter who wins at the match. I'm coming after that Intercontinental Championship, and then I'm going to beat you up regardless.
Tight shit.
This is crazy. I knew being a champion was going to be hard, but I didn't think it was going to be this hard. Like, I got Penta, AJ. My hands are full here, but don't you have a history with AJ? Why don't you take care of him for me?
Tight shit.
So now my job's to clean up your mess?
I don't think it was a mess, though.
I'll take care of AJ for you.
I got you, mate.
Thanks.
No worries, dude. For the judgment.
Yo, Fig could be a great actor in Hollywood, bro.
Freaking luchadors. Bloody my nose up. Now's not the time, Kof.
Ooh.
Hold on, Chad. Hear us
Kof,
out. Hear us
New
out.
Day and Gable?
We saw what went down out there. We think it's awful. And we also think it's time that you and American May got some respect around here, bro.
I know you've seen the War Raiders walking around here talking about wanting a shot at the tag team championships, but we beat the bejesus out of them at WrestleMania, so no. What we really think is that opportunities like that need to start coming back to American made. Huh?
I like what you're saying.
Yeah.
I like the way you sound.
Picking up what I'm putting
Let
down.
me hear some more of that.
Yeah.
Some more. Yeah. What ideas you got?
Yeah, they need something, bro.
Oh.
It's messed up what Lyra did to you.
Hey, Will, what's good, dude? Happy Monday.
Pat, I think
Hey,
the
Will.
man is on her way out
How's
here.
it going? How's it going?
What's the crack?
Hey, I want to hear more of that. What the hell? Oh, man.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Xavier Woods looking like a freaky Razor Ramon right now. I don't know what bro on. Bro
Okay.
had the Jerry curl with the cornrows down the
That
back.
was not registering in the brain there, but
That's the first thing I thought of when I seen the toothpick and the curl. Hope you're both okay today from across the pond in the UK. Hey, we're doing good. Pretty solid
Yeah, we're
today.
doing
Pretty
good.
solid. Pretty darn solid. I'm not gonna lie though, those were some pretty good segments. I'm not gonna lie.
it's been solid.
Yeah, so far it's been good.
Except for now, I'm in the mood for fucking stuffed crust pizza. But
Oh, that pizza did look crazy. I'm not gonna cap. That pizza did look crazy.
yeah, it did.
Yeah, but two things. One, I can't let this get past. Raquel was looking good. I couldn't let that slide. It was gonna eat away at me. Secondly,
She did. She did.
Yeah, AJ being next up makes a lot of sense because I'm not gonna lie, they did drop the Braun Breaker story very abruptly, and no one talks about it because I'm pretty sure he was next up for that title before they switched to the Judgment Day stuff. So I mean, kind of had to cycle back to it at some point, but now I'm intrigued though. I'm kind of intrigued about that. Let's see. What a day when the wrestling world, WWE signs Alberto Del Rio to a deal. I'm a Saraya fan. Say no more. And the Righteous has just left AEW. ROH, I love them too. Great gimmick. Hope they go to TNA or WWE even. Yeah, the Righteous and TNA or WWE probably would be really, really good, to be honest. I think it's Vinny and Dutch, if I'm not mistaken. They're really, really good. Pretty underrated, honestly. I wish AEW used them more.
Honestly, well, we talked about this earlier. I said I don't think. I think they're.
Oh, Vincent.
What they did was they adjusted the contracts. That if they wanted to be at like Worlds Collide or anything involved with WWE TV in any way, shape, or form, they had to be amended, especially money-wise, to account for that. I really don't think all those people are just like gone from AAA and now under exclusive WWE contract, especially Del Rio with what happened before. I don't believe that.
Hey, but in a
I just
way,
think I think those people are probably going to be involved in Worlds Collide, so they need to like adjust contract language, money, whatever it is, so they could sort of, I think it's just like adjusted contracts. I don't think they're full-on WWE deals. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think Alberto Del Rio's gonna be on. I don't think he's gonna be on TV. Like, I don't think he's gonna be on like a Raw or a SmackDown, anything like that. But
No,
If they if they want to bring him in for like Worlds Collide, he could probably do NXT. I mean, at the minimum, but shoot, AAA might end up being on the network or something. You never know. Now I think about it, AAA on Peacock does kind of sound like a good idea. That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
At Backlash, Lyra Valkyria for the toughest title defense.
See, I'm low-key psychic, bro. I'm low-key psychic.
Against the multi-time women's world champion and one of the all-time.
I mean, obviously it was like very predictable. Don't get me wrong, but something told me I'm like, they gotta add more matches to this card. 5 was way too short.
Well, they've done 5 before. It's just one of them has to be like super long, even for a 3-hour pay-per-view. But
yeah,
given this pay-per-view, the only one that can realistically go like 30 minutes is the U.S. title Fatal 4-Way, and they probably won't.
Yeah.
Pat Gunther's not going long. Cena and Orton are not going 30 minutes. So you can't spread some time out.
You guys are treating me like I'm the bad guy. I am the victim here. Okay,
Charlotte.
I took out Bailey, but when I walked down the ramp at WrestleMania, everybody lost their minds. A woman in the crowd started crying tears of joy. No, nobody asked where Bailey was. Nobody cared. Of course they didn't.
I forgot Conan was head of creative. Wow. Oh damn.
Yeah. I don't think he's just head of creative. Isn't he like a minority owner too?
Like, oh,
probably.
Great. The garbage has been taken out. I say, hey, I took out the garbage. Everybody's like, I can't believe you took out the garbage. That's not what you say. When somebody takes out the garbage, you say, thank you for taking out the garbage.
You know what's crazy?
What?
Why is she low-key pulling a Trish right now?
I also took out the recycling. Because that's what Lyra
kind of.
She's less offensive than regular garbage, but she's still garbage. And what is garbage about her is her attitude. She doesn't have a dream if it isn't for me. She doesn't have a title if it isn't for me. She doesn't make history if it isn't for me. She doesn't even have a frickin' fiance if it isn't for me.
Wait, hold on.
And yet I get all of
Wait.
this disrespect.
I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
This disrespect.
I'm so puzzled right now. Yeah, I definitely do think Bailey comes back and like screws her over. There's no way Becky wins on Sunday.
Did you actually just call me recycling?
Yes, I did.
Hey, Bailey and Becky might bang
You're the queen of recycling.
if they have a
You've
feud.
been recycling the same moves, the same tired old act for years.
Okay, Lyra, get her.
But that's fine, Becky. You do you. I don't care. What I have a problem with is you acting like you had anything to do with my success.
Her eyes bloodshot.
The one thing I want to drive into your skull more than my foot is the fact that you didn't make me.
Lyra's back there getting high.
Let's
That all
get
these
you up
times.
to speed because you've been gone a while. You went on holidays and everyone got better.
She's not wrong.
You went on holidays and I made some history of my own. Oh, but you're what this championship needs, right? That's what you said. That's rich, considering I've defended it more days than you've shown up to work this year. I see it now, Becky.
Okay.
I see it
Get it,
so
Lyra.
clearly. You shattered glass ceilings for women, and for that I am forever grateful. But you left all the broken glass on the ground, and the rest of the locker room were just supposed to follow behind you because you never had any intention of taking anyone to the top with you.
Oh, okay. No, you were right. When I was gone, everybody else had the best year of their career. but it's only because they didn't have me to compare themselves to.
I mean...
No, I didn't help anybody. I don't like anybody, and it is not my job to help anybody. It is my job to beat everybody. And I am very, very freaking good at my job. In fact, I am the greatest to ever do it. And it's not just me saying I'm the greatest to ever do it. Sports Illustrated says I'm the greatest to ever do it.
Wait, they called her the GOAT?
So it doesn't matter.
Not that I
how
recall.
good you think you are, how good you will ever be. You will only ever be the moment after the moment.
Wow. Sports Illustrated said that? Well, you know what? I'm actually wrong. I take it all back. Please continue listing your achievements. Let me help you. Don't leave anything out. What can we say about Becky? Well, she was the first women's champion on SmackDown. You were the first woman to main event WrestleMania and win. You were the first women's Intercontinental Oh, wait. That one was me.
Got her ass. Got her ass.
You hate it, don't you? You hate that this is my first ever. Well, get used to it, Becky. Because as long as I'm here, I hope you like second place.
Get it, Lyra. All right. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, Becky went
Damn!
for a shot and Lyra made her pay, and now Lyra taking it to Becky Lynch.
Yeah, cameraman, you gotta watch when you get the camera there, because Lyra ain't wearing much under that.
You might have taught
You
me
gotta
some
be careful.
things.
Let's not have
taken that and gotten so much
Man, fuck the skirt. That kick was crazy. That kick was nutty.
Women who faced for the Intercontinental title. Backlash Saturday, and Lyra now taking the fight to Becky, and Lyra impressive as Becky thought she was going to retreat, but again the fight continues.
It's kind of crazy how like she literally is always trying to brawl in a skirt. I mean, she's wearing something under it, but it's always just kind of hilarious when you think about it. This is the second week in a row she's brawled in a skirt.
This is obviously clearly personal between the two.
Yeah, I think like last week she had like fucking like damn near like shorts on or something like that.
Yeah, they were comboed.
This week they showed it like for a second. There wasn't much under there.
Disrespect! You see this disrespect? I did nothing wrong.
And Lyra's not done yet. And Lyra now back into the ring, and the fight continues. Valkyria
I'm
and
dead.
Lynch.
Okay, get it cracking.
Went for the manhandle slam.
Instead,
Lyra looking for Nightwing.
Oh.
And if she hits that Saturday, Becky Lynch's chances.
Dropped her with the Nightwing.
I'm telling you, and I'm going to say it again. Lyra Valkyria has broken out of her shell.
Lyra needs to win, but
this is a different
you know how they do shit like this. You know how this kind of rolls.
yeah, Lyra's special. And right now it feels like she has
Oh no, realistically, if I'm being honest, Becky's probably the least likely to pull a Charlotte and just force herself to win a title. At least in this case. The tag team titles, I feel like that might not have been her idea. I'm gonna hope that wasn't her idea, but I don't think she's gonna be like, oh yeah, Lyra made history. Let me just take the belt and hold all the momentum.
Yeah, but I think they had an idea for her return and she nixed it. And then they came up with that thing where she could like turn heel and probably win that belt so she could, you know, like have an actual Grand Slam, and she's probably like, hey, okay, I'll do that.
I mean, technically she still is. Like, to be honest, like realistically, like NXT really like, even with Bayley, like they're technically still Grand Slams, even if they don't win IC and US title gold. It's just not a New Age Grand Slam. Also, weirdly enough, I seen something where I guess like internally they're not on the main roster yet, meaning Roxanne and Julia aren't like fully on the main roster yet. But I do find it interesting that they're on it on like this is like their third week being on. Yeah, third week because yeah, the Raw after Mania last week and this week, yeah.
last week's leftovers.
Oh, snap. Bro got hit with a Kali Vice grip right out the fridge. But, oh, hold on. I gotta stretch. Yeah. But yeah, overall, solid promo. This kind of goes to prove the point that I kind of made as far as a lot of these women have mic work. They just don't get the mic, period. But I feel like it's also very easy when you have, like, people like Becky and Charlotte to go off of because they've been there for so long. So it makes it a lot easier to kind of just go out there and be like, oh, well, yeah, you did all this, but you ain't doing what I'm doing. It's like very, very easy to write or easier to dictate when you have that much ahead of you.
Yeah, but you still got to pull it off, and Lyra had a little bit of fire in her, and we should have more of that. Like, it gives people like, okay, this is like really what she's about, not just what she can do in the ring. And they'll start to cheer for that.
Realistically, I feel like, when it comes to like the women, I feel like more or less they're more likely to probably get over off ring work rather than mic work. I mean, Becky for the longest was kind of liked before she really started like being the man, just because Becky did stuff that most of the other women didn't. Same thing for Bayley. Like, a lot of these women before they really started getting like mic time, they were just known as being really good wrestlers. And then once you give them a mic and let them grow, then that comes with time. But most of these women get over just by being like good at what they do. And then, unless you're like Sasha Banks or something, where it's like, okay, I mixed in, like, I think she started with the mic first, and then they started letting her wrestle more and more and more, and then it became what it was. But I feel like for women, it's more or less like either they talk good and they can't wrestle, or they can wrestle and then their talking just needs to be like enhanced. So.
Oh.
Guacamole on a burger is nasty work. Guac on a burger is nasty work.
Gosh. Man, I ain't got no Carl's Jr., bro. Come on. Shit.
I thought it was Burger King. So no,
I did for a minute. I'm like, okay, BK, I see you. I'm down for triple.
I ain't gonna lie. Pause. Burger King ain't giving that much meat out. Hey, that was.
Burger King has stepped their game up, though.
I don't think Burger King was ever really bad. Like, if I'm being honest, I feel like Burger King was always kind of like a gem.
Burger King's never been bad. I worked there as a teenager. They've never been bad.
Yeah.
Tourism Western Australia announced
Madam Chicken Sandwiches, top tier.
WWE weekend takeover in this October. That'll
What,
feature
regular
John
ones
Cena's
or
final
like
WWE appearance in Australia.
We had a crispy, the spicy.
RAC
Which one's
Arena
forbidden?
on Saturday, October 11th, 2025. The venue also hosts Friday Night
Yeah,
SmackDown on the 10th and Monday Night Raw on October 13th. You can register now for an
I don't know.
opportunity.
I see your thing with Lawler.
WWE Australia.
I don't know about Crown Jewel, but like one of those, like the Raw after, because why not?
Last week.
Probably, yeah.
Monday Night Raw, great matchup between Roxanne Perez and Rhea Ripley.
This match was good. This match really was good, though.
You notice who was at ringside? Roxanne's buddy from NXT, Julia. And the 2-on-1 attack would take place until Io Sky came to the aid of Rhea. Now remember, later in the show, Pat, Rhea said, I didn't need your help. Io said, we're even.
Yeah, I don't think Rhea Ripley asked for it, but she certainly should have been appreciative of it, as these NXT women were running roughshod there for a bit.
And here's Roxanne.
Julia's new. This is not. I'm honestly, like, as a fan, Julia's new look works.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if she's going to be a heel for now, it definitely works.
Yeah. I'm still more or less confused about how, like, her and Roxanne became best buddies after a fatal 4-way match, but I mean, that's something that I really might not have the answer to. But also, by the gods and our Raw Women's World Champion.
Moments ago, the WWE is coming to Perth, Australia in October for a weekend extravaganza. Well, the Eradicator
Trying to work on my my professionalism.
Of Australia, she's been doing media all week long. Rhea taking over Perth.
Oh, I forgot she's not even there. She's been in Australia for like the past 4 days.
In Australia.
Australia has created some legends in all of sport. Rhea Ripley, certainly one of them.
And speaking of legends, Stephanie McMahon, of course, hosts Stephanie Places every Wednesday on ESPN Plus.
Is that a drone?
So it was like Io getting the beat down tonight.
Absolute honor to be asked to be on that show. Obviously, there's much bigger
We could get
superstars
Stephanie.
that she has interviewed and told the story of. The fact that I was asked to be a part of that was an absolute honor. And
then again, that's also wishful thinking, to be honest. Or maybe Kairi Sane comes back.
Well, I'm glad she did that interview before.
Boom.
Or Asuka.
Amen,
or both. Fuck it. So now.
Sky, Roxanne Perez, tie up center of the ring. We are underway. It should be an incredible.
I think Kyrie's fine. I think the idea is at least at the Fred first to have like the Kabuki Warriors back, so it's like waiting on Asuka. But I think Asuka was at least close.
Asuka does have a knee injury.
Yeah. Well, they thought they were planning on her being back for Mania, so.
Oh, what a slap by
Damn.
Roxanne.
Slap the taste out of her mouth. I ain't gonna cap.
A superstars abundance that I don't think we've seen before.
But also, this might be a hot take. Probably not. But I feel like Roxanne's main roster matches have been 10 times better than her more recent NXT matches. And I don't think it's because, like... Oh, my God. Hold on, they're cooking right now. Let me know what that thought.
Tremendous athlete. Great world champion. Proud to be the world champ as well. Oh, nice drop kick, too. Roxanne Perez driving her out of the ring.
Io Sky, able to do things nobody else on earth is, which is why she's our champion.
And Roxanne Perez,
damn.
Drop kick to the knee. Great move by Perez, who has really matured and come into her own here over the past year.
But oh yeah, I don't think it's due to like the amount of like talent that NXT has. I just feel like the main roster suits her ability more. Like she can do more with the main roster because I mean, obviously season like her and Io are like damn near a dream match essentially because they're dang near very similar in moveset. To be honest. Oh, little Lope.
Well done by Roxanne there.
Through the bottom rope for extra momentum. That's what I heard. Oh my God! Now that's ball. That's ball.
Roxanne was giving herself a little bit of an applause, and Io Sky took advantage of the distraction.
I guess Io Sky took to the skies.
Stay focused there. Io Sky flips it on its head
quickly. So far, this is hit.
Yeah. Oh wow! Look at the angling of the. Hey man.
Here we go, attacking it once again.
Ring psychology is top tier. You saw how she fell, and like the leg was like perfectly in position to be worked on again. Like you can't teach stuff like that. Counter. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like that might be like something that I've noticed. I feel like her matches on the main roster have been really good, and it's just because I feel like she works better with, you know, she works better with that crop of women. And I wonder when they're gonna announce this draft though, because you can't keep having them show up every week and just be like, okay, well they're not here yet, but not announce the draft either. You can't have both. You got to give us something. Some date has to be set at some point.
What, you draft?
Yeah, because I heard somewhere down in the grapevine that the draft is still happening. They just haven't announced it yet. Just a matter of like when they choose to do it, I guess. Oh, wrong thing. Let me see. Okay.
Time is it? Okay.
Yeah, 9:26. While we're doing this commercial break, if you're watching the stream, new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, if you're watching and you kind of just, enjoy what you're watching, been here a while, also share the stream. Helps us out a lot as well, Any other people you know, or just in general, just share it, Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr, Reddit, I don't even know if Tumblr still exists for real, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
I don't know. I'm not up on that crap. I don't have any idea. Probably does, but
yeah, probably somewhere that I don't know, or in some place that I don't really use, but But I mean, so far, Raw has been
solid.
Yeah. Which I mean, I feel like it's just basically like it's easier for them to build around a story like this when you have like a Seth Rollins, Paul Heyman kind of nucleus, and then everything kind of can work around that. It's more easier to do that than like a SmackDown is, where you kind of have to. You're kind of having to compensate for the fact that like 3 guys aren't there, your championship isn't there, and now you kind of have to pivot to more so the women and tag team matches, which isn't a bad thing, but it just shows like a dichotomy. Oh my God, Uranagi off the second rope, the middle rope.
Time for the world champ Io.
I couldn't find my mouse for a second.
Stretching out that knee, rubbing on that knee a little bit. It's been beat down, but
that's an arm drag. Excuse my French.
The second rope here. Throw the Prodigy across the ring, and now Omaha is coming alive.
We talked just a little bit ago about the Booker T effect and how training Roxanne Perez, the one thing she missed early on in her career was that killer instinct, the viciousness, the ruthlessness. But she's changed her game over the last couple of years. That has come out in Roxanne, and it's paid dividends, as you're seeing tonight.
It certainly lives inside of Io Sky as well.
Oh, caught her.
Big uppercut from Io.
And Io planting face first, Perez, and now Io starting to build some momentum.
Little flatliner action.
Sky with a kick. Never a night off for the women's world champ. Falls into the cover, and Roxanne kicks it too.
That's how Io Sky likes it. Doesn't mind having a match. Doesn't mind showcasing why she's champion.
One of the best.
I'm looking wonder who Io's next challenger is going to be. If not, it might be one of these women, to be honest. It could be Roxanne or Julia. I wouldn't be mad at it. Change the scenery, change the pace.
Io Sky heads up to the top rope, and the former Miss Money in the Bank is going to fly. Missed the front kick, drops Perez.
With the kip up and the flip.
Sold that perfectly too.
Man.
And she's got Omaha on its feet.
Oh, so you know what's weird? Like in a random way, like her taunt got over in a matter of one night. I never seen. Oh dang, the knee buckle. I never seen that many people doing that little finger thing she does until like last week, a couple weeks prior.
Well, I think she got a bit carried away, Pat. Roll up now by Perez.
Oh my God.
Stop out of the midsection. Io into the cover now, looking to put Perez away, and a kick out.
I don't know what Io's going to be able to do with this knee if it keeps buckling the way it is.
And both women,
but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-star classic.
Physical match here tonight.
Tokyo Dome.
At this point.
And Io, German
ooh,
suplex.
big German.
Oh.
With the bridge? Oh, hold on. Roll through.
Looked like she was going to deliver another German, and Roxanne
Ooh,
Perez
Saito.
a back suplex.
Angle slam there.
What are they cooking?
Olympic slam.
And now ducking underneath the
Hold on. That pendulum backbreaker.
Oh, knee to the spine. Sky says that's it.
Yes, sir.
They're cooking. These two are cooking.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Is she going to be able to go?
This match is feet in the streets.
That she's been looking to go. Is she going over the moon?
Oh, landed right on the knee.
Perez with a golden opportunity.
Oh, hold on.
Roxanne Perez.
Oh.
Face first goes Sky. Roxanne.
Hey, shout out Kalisto.
Moments away for upsetting the world champion.
Ugh.
Jeez.
Cover now by Perez. On Sky. Shoulders down, and Sky kicks it 2.5.
It's like a guillotine knee there by Roxanne.
I'm about to see a
Perez.
cartwheels into the double knees on the back of the head. Crazy work.
Back of the head and neck of Io Sky.
And again, the Let's Go Io chant ring throughout the arena here in Omaha.
Pop rocks?
Roxanne.
Oh, no.
Top, look for a sunset
Oh,
flip.
my
Io
God.
Back handspring through.
Uh-oh, caught by Roxanne.
Oh!
Straight to the back
Nasty
leg.
dragon screw.
Roxanne, nice
Yo,
cover.
the
Io
bridge
turns
work
it
is
around.
crazy in this match.
One night of her own, Roxanne turns it. Perez with the shoulders down. Io Sky scoops her up, shoulders down yet again. Roxanne kicks out at 2. Another cover now on Sky.
This dude Eddie Orango getting a workout.
Busy here, kick out at 2 again. Near fall after near fall. Stacked it up, Io Sky. Rolls through now, shoulders down. Io got it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was very, very good. That was very, very good.
Yeah. Plus, it's a safe ending too. Plays off the inexperience of the main roster for Roxanne, and Io still wins the match because I mean obviously she is the she's the women's world champion.
That could have been That could have been Backlash banger right there.
Oh, definitely.
Roxanne Perez had gave it everything.
Like
They
Io's,
absolutely
yeah.
could.
Like Io's been putting on free bangers, bro. Free bangers.
Counter after counter after counter after counter into a 1, 2, 3.
I think that's like 3 weeks in a row, basically. She's put on a banger. Well, not 3 weeks in a row, but like the week after Mania, Mania week, and this week. Yeah.
Loves what she does. Loves the fact she's champion and.
Wait, hold on. Aw, don't fall for this. Don't fall for this.
Pop rocks.
Wait, hold on.
Great show of sportsmanship by Roxanne.
Wait, are we getting face Roxanne?
Hell of a one-on-one battle tonight. You have to believe Io and
Wow.
Roxanne will meet down the road once again.
Oh, wait, never mind. I stand corrected.
Julia from behind with a sneak.
I stand corrected. That went off too nice for me to realize. I'm like, okay.
2-on-1 assault on Io Sky.
The NXT women have been beating the hell out of people since they've got here.
Rhea's in Australia. Io Sky finds herself in
Oh,
a
God. Damn.
assault.
Ugh.
In the hands of Julia and Perez.
I thought Roxanne was showing respect. I thought the next generation was showing appreciation for the generation.
I for sure
before
thought
them.
they was low-key having a mutual
And
respect.
instead,
I
she was
guess
just
not.
setting her up. Just setting her up to get attacked.
And I don't
Wait,
believe
again?
They're done yet.
Wait, again?
Another statement made
Oh.
Oh.
by these NXT
Badasses. Everybody's warm.
Well, coming up next, look at these two monsters, Pat.
A lot of meat.
This is definitely not gonna cook like that did, but that was really good. That was really, really good.
Over 5 years.
Eh?
Rusev is in
It
action
low-key might.
WWE.
I ain't gonna lie, to be honest, like, I'm not really a fan of Alpha Academy, but I mean, if I had to really be, like, honest, Otis doesn't really put on, like, that many duds. If he's given
No.
time.
But come on, it's not gonna be as good as what we just watched.
I mean, I would assume not. I mean, that's like,
No.
that's like 600 pounds of meat about to touch that mat.
Okay.
Hey, Pat McAfee said it's a lot of meat. Like, I'm just going with what I heard.
Oh my. I see what.
I'm just going with what I heard. Also, I didn't know that I was technically. I guess I'm dang near the same height as Otis, and I could have for sure thought that this man was 6 foot. I did not know this man was 5'10". Maybe it's because of the build. The build would make you think, yeah, this man has to be like 6 foot minimum. But I guess. But I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, like if I had to, fill some time in real quick, watching this, I was about to say watch this Hulk Hogan commercial. I'm not watching this Hulk Hogan commercial. Um, match of the night has to be Io and Roxanne at this moment. I honestly, I do so myself.
Easy.
Till further notice, because I don't know what else is on the card that they can possibly throw at us. But Roxanne and Io.
I mean, given the time.
This could be the second to last match.
Yeah, this and then
we get
Seth. There'll probably be something after this. There'll probably be a backstage segment or 2 commercials, and then Seth J. And then that's the end of the show. Whatever they do with that.
You still got Pat and Gunther too.
Oh, the
face off. Yeah. That'll probably be after this stuff. I had to take a guess. Probably.
Yeah. So okay, so you get this. So maybe a backstage segment, Pat Gunther, commercials, then Seth J with probably another set of commercials in there, and there's your next hour or so.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there was a Karrion Kross promo. And guess what? It was on YouTube and not on TV. Great.
Come on, man.
I don't like this, bro. Put the man with the bust down wig on my TV, bro. Put the man with the bust down, with the silk press. Put bro on my TV screen. I don't remember that. Instead of American Home Shield.
Systems and appliances, no matter their age.
Yeah, I am.
More at ahs.com.
We're in Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh yeah, what Matt Rule?
This man, Coach Matt Rule, college football icon, Dylan Raiola, and Emmett Johnson of the Nebraska Cornhusker football team.
Little baby Mahomes.
The boys are beloved. They got
he hasn't earned baby Mahomes.
Matt Rule going to really turn that program.
He looks more like Mahomes' brother than Mahomes' brother.
That's true.
I don't know how he managed to pull it off, but I mean, hey, you live in your land. I can't even lie to you. This theme is euphoric right now.
Otis, I don't want to hurt you.
Like I literally feel like I'm watching I feel like I'm watching a war movie right now.
He went into an abyss when he was fired from WWE 5 years ago. He found himself, he healed himself, redeemed himself, fixed himself, and now Pat, he says he's going to crush people because he wants to.
Is it better than the last theme?
And he's going to look after those talents.
Yes?
To do
yeah, I say it's better.
I need to give it a little more time, but could be.
Yeah. So I think this is like a tweaked version of what he got last week, or the week before. But I mean, that was good. I like the ambiance. It was kind of like when Gunther used to have like the World Symphony theme, and it was like it was so orchestral that you kind of also understood how serious the competitor was.
He could be a killer. Yet he decides to dance around in the ring, rip his shirt off, and do that silly caterpillar thing. That's what Rusev said, and he wants to prove to Otis and beat into him that he can be a killer at this level.
And he said he's looking out for Otis, is what he's doing. That was an interesting conversation with him earlier, but He's all the way in on this.
Did you look at his eyes when we were talking to him too? I mean, there was just this, there's nothing, there was nothing there.
Yeah, and he's
there was nothing there.
Fully focused on this.
330-pound Otis showing off his strength here against Rusev. First time in over 5 years.
Yeah, but also Rusev has gotten a lot better since his prior WWE run, so it should be interesting to see how his style has how it'll translate.
Now Rusev just beating Otis down in the corner. It's very physical, and this is Assault referee Jessica Carr going to have her hands full tonight.
It's great to see Rusev back in the shape that he's in, delivering these big shots, beating down Otis. Now it's going to take a lot to. Yep, exactly what I thought.
Rusev went into the corner,
the whole ring move for a second.
Otis got a lot in the tank no matter what.
Yeah, former Mr. Money in the Bank. Otis,
damn.
Great athlete as well. And, Rusev.
Okay.
Stays on his feet.
Rusev finding out that Otis.
Wait, Battlegrounds NXT, right?
Yes.
And Otis showing off some quickness here.
Oh my God!
The Uber
But we got Saturday night's main event in what? 2 weeks?
Watch this impact.
Oh wow.
Look at the hang time from this man. Hey.
What was this? Oh, never mind. This is Black Mirror. I thought it was something crazy.
Oh yeah, Black Mirror. Oh shit! I got paid. Oh baby.
Actually, I'm gonna be right back, Chad. I'm gonna give me something to drink really quickly. I will be right back. Like maybe 2 seconds minimum. Okay. Oh, good. Skip it. All right. They may look even to be stacked down the stretch, or down to like the deeper into the month it goes. Oh.
Yeah, Rusev's got that look in his eyes. Everything Rusev's been doing to Otis here has been.
And now just
devastating.
Just toying now with Otis is Rusev. And Otis now, look at Otis, lifted Rusev announce table and over the announce table to the floor.
I had no idea Otis
still
had that in him. I thought he'd been beat down too much. He just tossed Rusev over his head.
Yeah, but Rusev got
this
right back
this
to
man
his
just
feet.
threw the prime out the way. Oh God!
And now Otis is fired up.
Otis.
Hey, this is Otis just turned up for a second.
Who's gonna teach who a lesson tonight, pal?
Otis
Damn!
Another big left hand and another big right. Those
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Word to Big E.
Oh,
Damn!
He just hit
Okay.
the ball. He just hit the ball.
Bro, what are they on right now?
Foot down and a fist down. These men are
Everybody
throwing
firing up tonight. I like
haymakers
it.
at each other.
This man Otis just slapboxed the post. Rusev just kicked it, and then he hit him.
Yep.
And then he hit him with a Judas effect. What's going on right now?
Tozawa and Maxine obviously looking on as Otis.
I did say though, if they give them enough time and don't have Otis just get his ass beat, this match will be good. Machka kick, by the way.
This agility from Rusev.
Rusev says it's over. Otis put up a great fight, but I believe it's going to be over because Rusev is locking in the accolade.
The accolade. The game over. Whichever one comes first.
And he's got to tap out. Otis has to tap out.
Tozawa stepping to Rusev.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh God, okay.
Obviously.
I guess Tozawa said he wants some too. Wait. Oh. Oh wow.
And Rusev victorious in his return to WWE tonight in a physical, hard-hitting battle against Otis of the Alpha.
Oh wow.
I knew he was going to get back over there.
You thought it was over. Go there. Oh my God. Oh God, that is the look of a killer.
He decided to say, you get it too.
And I don't believe he's done with Otis yet. The big man driven shoulder first
Man,
to the post.
300 pounds getting drove into the pillar to post. Oh my God!
Collapses right here in front of us. And Rusev isn't done yet. Maxine better get the hell out.
Well, you want to make him a killer? There you go.
We need to get the hell out of the way.
Damn, rip the clothes off his back too?
Rusev's a madman.
Oh, that kick may have broken Otis's jaw.
Watch the kick.
Oh God. No, come on, bro.
And Otis is defenseless. He's helpless here. And the accolade is locked in by Rusev. The accolade by Rusev. Making a point. Sending a message to everybody in the locker room. There's our general manager, Pierce. Officials out here trying to separate Rusev from Otis.
Rusev won't release the hold.
That man is turning purple.
Natalia out here to console her friend Maxine, who's beside herself after the assault on her friend Otis.
And Tozawa.
Rusev said, Pat, I am free to crush people because I want to. And he did just that tonight. Vigilante justice by Rusev.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Eric.
And a commercial right
It
after.
wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all.
I'm not gonna lie, I do like the gimmick though, as far as him kind of like, he feels free, so now he wants to beat that freedom into other people. I like the idea. It's almost like a play on the Redeemer, like during his later on in his AEW run, where he kind of was like, talking about religion and how he it was something about God. I forgot what he was talking about. It was kind of crazy, but in theory, I feel like it's kind of like a more direction-filled version of that, where it's kind of like, spiritually he's free, so through the art of combat, he wants to free others to realize that they can be just as equal to him. Which is crazy. Well, not crazy, but it's kind of new. Like, how many gimmicks do you think you can really remember where, like, a dude was, like, beating freedom into people? Or trying to beat freedom into people?
I don't recall. No.
Oops. But yeah, 9:51, we got Gunther and Pat and whatever. I tell you, is there anything after that really? Oh, no, man. Jey Uso and Seth. Completely forgot. Slipped my mind. Very much almost slipped my mind. That man's laundry had a lucha mask on? I'm dead. I didn't realize how funny this Minute Maid commercial was. Like they just hand them Minute Maid bottles, and then next thing you know, they're just beating up their problems. That's funny. What are we at? What are we at? What are we at? Oh wow.
What?
I don't know what's crazier, the fact that the Knicks came back and won, or the fact that Boston took 45 threes. I'm very much confused about a lot of things.
Probably that the Knicks won.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. 45 missed threes is nutty though. What was their percentage? Let me see on ESPN. That percentage had to be. I ain't gonna lie. Watching it some weird way, that's gonna be like 40%.
They did this last year. They did this last year where they like got sloppy in game 1 after a break, and then still cooked after that. So, does it surprise me at all that after a break they come out sloppy and the Knicks were basically had no time off and slipped up and were cold shooting? No, I'm not surprised. It's exactly what happened last year.
But I mean, in this case, they were up at one point.
They were.
Or the majority of the game. Yeah.
They almost off.
Bro, they were 15 for 60. What the fuck? That's nasty work. Alright, that is insane. That is.
And that is why you lose a game you shouldn't lose.
Man. 15 and 60.
Help me welcome to the ring right now, Pat McAfee. Here we go.
All right. Patrick Aloysius McAfee the 8th.
Oh, what?
I don't know where that came from. I just wanted to make something up.
I don't know where that came.
You can tell that equilibrium is still a little off from him getting choked out the other week.
Backlash. The ring general.
Gunta.
You even said it right.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday in
the ring general.
7 o'clock start on the East Coast, 4 o'clock
general.
Gunther and Pat McAfee will go one-on-one, and this all started.
So Gunther got what, like about 2 weeks off, week and a half?
Yeah. Wait, did Gunther get his scowl back?
Jey Uso, Gunther would walk out at ringside and assault me. It was simple assault. That was that. My friend Pat McAfee.
I kind of wish they had. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Gunther smiling all them weeks. I'm not gonna lie, this might sound crazy. I might be a hater, but I kind of did just miss Gunther mean mugging everybody every week.
This coming Saturday.
Yeah, but it played into the feud where he was kind of like smiling like psychotically because he was
unhinged. Yeah.
Down, bloodied up Jimmy, all that kind of stuff. It was sort of like a maniacal smile.
We will not have happen what happened 2 weeks ago. So say what you have to say to each other's face and get it all out tonight, because come Saturday at Backlash, the time for talk is done. The floor is yours. Keep it professional.
They've been throwing around this professional word a lot lately. Shoot, Nick Aldis, Pierce, Randy.
Well, first of all,
First of all, do not worry. I'm not gonna do anything tonight. I'm not gonna spoil that for myself. Because luckily for you, unlike you and your friend out there, I am professional.
Type shit. Hey,
Oh,
y'all
you
keep
guys shut up.
y'all
I'll
keep
get
chanting
back
at
to it
him.
later.
He
Don't
might do
you
something
worry.
instead.
I heard you mention being a professional and my friend over there. My friend over there, that man over there, that is a walking, talking goat over there. For 28 years, every single week of his life, except for 3 times, he has dedicated to traveling the world for this company. 28 years straight, 52 weeks a year for this company.
Okay.
He has earned the right to have an opinion, and since his opinion pissed you off so much that you just flipped a switch and had to attack a 60-year-old man, allow me to give you my opinion of the Gunther I'm standing in front of right now.
Have I been watching wrestling for that long that Cole is actually 60 years old?
That we're in beautiful
I didn't think he was 60. I figured he was
Nebraska.
mid-late 50s, but I didn't think he was 60. No.
Like, I'm low-key fried.
Because when I think of Nebraska, I think of the Cornhuskers. Hell yeah, Coach.
Them Cornhuskers.
Dylan Raiola, absolute dog. Emmett, absolute beast. Can't wait to watch you boys in the fall rise to the top. And when I come to Omaha, I think of their steaks. Nobody beats this town's meat. Okay, Gunther?
Whoa. Okay. All right, Pat. Come on. Let's not innuendo here.
Celtics in 8? I'm weak. What's good, Udo? What's good?
Is a baseball field that is hosted
Wow,
the College
really?
Baseball World Series since
Celtics in 8.
We're fine. We're fine.
This symbol.
Tuck is a troll.
This city is a symbol of working hard
Tuck is a
and
troll.
dreams coming true. And I think dreams is a good word, because I think you and I have a lot in common. Even though I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the United States of America.
Tight shit.
And you are from Vienna, Austria. Both of us grew up with the same dream. Both of us grew up wanting to be in this business. Both of us grew up idolizing the superstars of yesterday. Both of us grew up spending hours and hours and hours in front of our television watching professional wrestling, thinking that's what we were put on this earth to do. The problem with you and your dream is you've been at this for 20 years. You've been a champion here at WWE for 80% of the time that you've been here. You've gotten jaded. You've gotten to the point where this is
You're
no
more
longer
likely to
a
get
dream.
Giannis
This
than
is a
Knicks and
job
Luka.
for you. For me, every time I walk into
Not
a
that I want that,
WWE building, I get jacked up about life, baby. I think about 12-year-old me, 11-year-old me. I think about the kids that are out there today that were just like me in the upper row, dreaming I could get my ass in this ring and let assholes like you know that they don't like what you're about. And what I think you're about at this stage, as opposed to the Waltering around stage.
Call back.
You don't want it anymore. You've gotten too damn comfortable. It happened with Sami Zayn. It happened with Jey Uso. And on Saturday, you're going to overlook me. You're going to underestimate me. And I'm going to prove to you and all these people that this version of Gunther is soft.
With an A. Fuck the O.
Wow.
That's one thing you can't take away from Pat. Pat would be a fire manager. He would be a great manager, dude. That man can talk his ass off. Damn, we boom before the words come out? Damn.
Did you enjoy your little daughter's birthday last week? 2 years, right?
Hey, chill. Hey, chill.
I bet it was a very special day for you.
Hey,
Because
chill.
for me, Saturday is a very special day, and you just got me into the right mood for it. Because it's my first match since WrestleMania, and I'm going to show up sharp, I'm going to show up prepared, I'm going to show up more focused than ever before. Don't you worry that I overlook you. Don't you worry that I underestimate you. I promise you my full and undivided attention. Because on Saturday, that bell is going to ring, and I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to maul you. I'm going to grab you by the head and drive it into this mat. I'm going to choke you out until you drop like a wet towel.
Damn.
Tonight, by my grace, you are untouchable. But on Saturday, trust me when I say this, on Saturday, only the grace of God can lift my arms off your throat.
Damn! By the grace of God!
Well, I think reality may have just set in.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Pat knows what he's doing come Saturday.
I mean,
at Backlash.
it helps sell it. It helps sell it well,
Saturday at Backlash.
like as I guess like an attraction kind of a match. But I think the whole underestimate thing will come into play like early on, where like Pat will get a couple of moves in, and it'll like Gunther will be like, "What the hell just happened?"
I think that's a compliment that he's.
If the match doesn't end with quickly, I don't mean like 2 minutes, but like under 10, and it doesn't end with Gunther like absolutely obliterating Pat, what are we doing?
John Cena, Randy Orton, of course, and
I mean, they could probably. I mean, they can still get to that point in 12 minutes. To be honest, I like to be honest, because with the way Pat is, I can see if it was like, oh, Cole tried to get in there. I mean, obviously Cole gets mopped, and we don't have to really discuss this. But Pat, for his talent, I don't think he should just go in there and like I get it's Gunther, but he should just go in there and get his shit kicked in. I feel like at that point,
he's an athlete. He's wrestled. So I'm not saying he has no ability, but like realistically, yeah, like I said, you do the first 2 or 3 minutes, like you play into that whole what he said about underestimated, where he gets a little bit of offense in and like shocks Gunther, like, wait a minute, this guy should not be doing this, but then it builds, the ball begins, and it just builds and builds and builds, and then he puts him out.
Oh no, I mean realistically, I'm not gonna lie. Like I mean, after that, realistically, I don't like how he said. Like he said his full undivided attention is on this match. Gunther gonna come out the gate beating his ass. Like I don't think that's not something that they're gonna like change. Because like even then, like Pat's matches always kind of are like counter fights to where it's like he gets beat up before his offense even comes in. So I mean,
top performer in the WWE, but they went completely opposite routes.
so I think that's what that makes the match that much better. Plus, at that point, I'm not gonna lie, if you can have Bad Bunny having matches that are semi over 10 minutes, you can get Pat a match that's over 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it going 10-12,
It is
but
going to be
that's
something in
it.
St. Louis, Missouri. This coming Saturday, it all starts with the countdown.
That's why I said you can do it where,
2-hour event starting at 5 Eastern, 2 out west.
Pat surprised him a little bit with his athletic ability and gets a couple shots in at him.
Will be on Peacock.
Where it plays into what Pat said about being underestimated just because he's a former athlete that's now an announcer. So he'll take it, that part of the underestimation into account into the booking of the match, and then Gunther just starts to Gunther quickly overwhelms him and then just beats him, and then finishes him. Pause.
That's insane verbiage.
Tonight is his first title defense since he won the world title.
I mean, I feel like underestimating him. I don't think it would be from like, oh, Gunther's underestimating him as a competitor, because I mean, Pat's had like 3 matches.
Oh. Did you notice what you just saw?
Oh, I didn't even see it. Was like a car there or something?
Finn was talking to Roxanne as Jay was walking out. They don't do that they don't do that accidentally.
Yeah. Then again, I don't know. They had Karrion talking to Dom, and they still ain't paid that shit off yet.
No, but they tend to, like, put seeds in people's heads, like, just in case they want to pull something. Like, they can call back to it, like, well, that happened.
Yeah.
Well, you heard what Seth just said. He loves it when a good plan comes together.
Also, is Seth Rollins literally just like, did he have a rainbow gimmick where like the Titantron and everything just matches the gear he has this week?
For the first time in 7 months.
I don't know if they do that every week, but...
Oh no, trust me. Whenever he wears yellow, that thing is yellow. He wore blue a couple weeks ago, that shit was blue.
The clock is ticking, Ethan.
I'm not mad at it, but I noticed they did it because after a while I started realizing, I'm like, bro, does the Tron match his gear every week? It actually does. It is different though, but I mean overall, you can kind of tell that it's not really going to be like a match just for the simple fact of it being the fact that basically this is almost a similar like gear presence that Sammy had last week. Like no gear was really put on, he has no tape on, he's not really dressed to compete, which shows just how spur of the moment it truly is. But
I mean, other than the fact that it's been 2 hours.
I mean, but who knows? I mean, Jay might not have brought his gear. And then, like Jay probably didn't have any, like, plans on having, like, a match. And then Paul came out there and started talking crazy and was like, you know what? Seth, like, I'm going to let you sign your own death warrant. Whatever you want it to happen, he's going to take this belt. And he's like, all right, bet. Fine. Let's have a match then. Could he have found some tape, though? Yes. He most definitely could have found some tape. But that's neither here nor there. Lily, a medical company? Also, shout out to Becky Lynch in this Chime commercial, though. Also, shout out to Chime. Got online banking. We drop frames. I wonder how long ago was these drop frames. I don't think it's now, at least.
I mean, it's not really... Chime is not really different than anything else, because technically, like, you could do online stuff, but like if you get like the direct deposit and you pay certain bills or whatever it is, some bills actually like utilities and shit will report to the credit bureau if you pay them on time and in full to help your credit. So it's not really like, oh, if you just get money deposited and use that card in general, your credit will go up. That's a misnomer.
Yeah.
It's just like a debit card that will more easily report to credit bureaus. If you pay stuff that could report to a credit bureau, they will.
Yeah. And a faster depositing rate. At least from what I remembered. Like I think it's a faster direct deposit than normal banking.
Well, a lot of things will do that. I mean, technically, a lot of those kind of things will, if you have like a direct deposit set up, they'll give you access to it early because the banks usually have direct deposit information before it's actually deposited because electronically they already have it.
Yeah.
Like Cash App does the same thing. Cash App does the exact same thing. Cash App, you can actually savings, invest, buy stock, and all that shit with the Cash App debit card because I have one.
Yeah. I mean, next Monday's gonna get wicked. That's a good card next week. Like next week it's obviously AJ and Finn. American Made in the War Raiders will have a match. And Io Sky and Rhea Ripley versus Julia and Roxanne.
It was a whole scene, but
that's solid. That's just what's announced.
Yeah, the 3 matches confirmed. Well, he did find some tape.
This really is what started this whole thing between you and Gunther.
But what started this whole thing was Gunther almost choking you out, Cole. Never forget it.
Jey Uso's all business.
Crowd's been great too. A+ to the crowd tonight.
Of the champ.
Oh wow, Seth Rollins has won. Damn, does Jey Uso have a positive win record against anybody? Who is he positive against?
In a one-on-one match.
This man was 0-3 against Gunther. He's 0-3 against Seth.
Well, he was 0-3 against Gunther.
Well, now he 1-3. But like, bro was 0-3 on 2 different people.
Well, you gotta remember, I mean, he hasn't been a single for that long.
Hey, it's been 3 years. That man got 3 years of getting swept. Respectfully, of course. Respectfully.
The challenger from Davenport,
He said not for long.
weighing at 225 pounds, Seth freaking.
He actually, that coffee shop he owns in Davenport, you want to hear an interesting fact?
What?
About Davenport?
And his opponent.
It's arguably the cheapest city in the country to live in. You know what the average rent is?
What, $100?
$690 for an apartment. In 2025.
How sturdy are those buildings? So no,
well, it's Iowa. They have winter, so I would imagine they're.
I mean, they'd have to be pretty durable, yeah.
I'd move to for $690 rent. I'll move to Davenport, Iowa.
Hey, shoot. I'll go train at Black and Brave.
That's still Northwest. That's still Big Ten country. I can still do shit. That's not far away.
5 world titles in his career. Seth.
But $690 is kind of crazy though. That's mad cheap.
Uso, our main
for a 1-bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah, that's mad cheap.
In the city, not like 10 miles outside of Davenport. The average rent is $690 for a 1-bed.
Wow.
Again, I'm going to ask you the question I asked you earlier on. Did Uso make the right decision?
Also, random side note, Brian Breaker jacket, he got that shit on.
They say anytime you're making decisions with emotions running high, well, probably not going to be good decisions.
With the graffiti on it, with the big dog.
Of course, easier said than done. And Jey Uso was the latest victim.
Little subtle like Steiner look there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heavyweight Championship.
Like his daddy.
Hey, Rick Steiner did have them graphic jackets.
Yep, all the time.
Takedown by Rollins. Shoulders down, looking for the quick win here, and Usos got a kick out at 2.
We're gonna do some black and brave wrestling here, says Seth freaking Rollins.
Black and brave.
So the 5th member, the Anoa'i family.
So we've got anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes ish, probably.
Potentially.
Well, even if they go off the air at around 10:30 ish, or just after 10:30, we got 15 minutes.
Yeah. Still their ideal time slot.
He built everything that our
At least they put themselves to.
He took credit for. Turned it against Roman.
Yeah, the average. Yeah.
And now has found himself.
The average is 10:30 to 10:40 usually.
With Seth freaking Rollins and
yeah.
Other than like the first one, and then like the post-Mania one.
Message, play some mind games.
Yeah.
And couch it on the corner.
I'm actually not mad at the fact that they're chain wrestling to start. It does show that, I mean, Seth does have a way more, like, wrestling-based advantage than Jay. Oh, damn. Never mind. Throw that all out the window.
You listen to the way Seth was talking to Paul earlier. It was like this was Seth's idea, and then Paul Heyman executed. That's how you want to do it, huh? That's how you want to play.
Look, Jay is not going to back down and taking the fight now to Rollins, and here we go.
This is right in Jay's wheelhouse.
I'm about to know. This is the match that Jay wants to have.
Rollins trying to cover up. Now kick right in the midsection, drops the champ. Rollins looking for a
Oh,
spot.
damn.
Jay able to move out of harm's way. Kick again to the midsection, looking for a pedigree. Some space, and Seth will take a breather.
That boy was going for his greatest hits.
Scared to go to that super kick. Seth freaking Rollins do that. Jey Uso's super kick is very lethal.
Paul Heyman saying earlier tonight, the world title is about power and control. Said that Jey Uso doesn't understand the leverage that he has with the title.
He's good. He's the champ for a reason.
Heyman says that Rollins
They pulled open the bottom rope. That's disrespect.
Stage 2 of the plan.
Yeah, we have no idea what's on the mind of these three men.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Just seeing Braun Breaker standing next to Paul Heyman is shocking in a way, although it shouldn't be, right?
Yeah, it looks like they both got back from the trip to the sun.
They definitely look tan and tanner than like 2 corn dogs.
Just a master at all this as he sends the champ into the corner.
You think the levels that Seth freaking Rollins has already been to, Hall of Fame type stuff already in his career. Now he's teaming up with the man who's brought billions of dollars in blockbusters.
That's a new one.
To the WWE over the years.
Well, Rollins is a 5-time world champ. He's held 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want a corn dog now.
Continental title, 6 tag
Not even my front.
Oh, dude.
Been Money in the Bank, cashed in at WrestleMania. Jey Uso, first time as world champion, first title defense.
Paul Heyman is trying to get.
Yo, Paul Heyman, you pissing me off, gang. Like I'll let you slide right now. Like I could have did it earlier, but you started to piss me off.
Nobody's following along. They're yeeting in his face. They're yeeting all over his face over here.
He's the maestro.
Wait, they're wetting all over his what?
Jey Uso now fighting back.
Yeah, he said it. They're eating all over his face. That is verbatim.
Pressure, but this is the life of a champion. Him even agreeing. Oh my God, Seth freaking
Alright, guys, speaking of getting yeeted, this boy Seth getting yeeted right now. Oh, damn! This man toe-paid himself out of his own J's, bro. Or his Air Forces. I think those are Air Forces. Those are definitely Air Forces, I think. Like, this man dove through the ropes at such ferocious speed that he took himself out of his own shoe. See him go one way, the shoe go the other. But so far, so good, as far as match-wise. Started off wrestling. Obviously, Jay don't want to wrestle. Respectfully, of course. Once you muck it up, now it's even. But yeah, back to what Pat said, bro. They're yeeting all over his face. That's crazy word. That's crazy.
That was his words. Yes.
That is No pun intended. That was nutty. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's nutty. Like,
Okay, all right.
hey, I said no pun intended. But like, that's it's very flagrant.
You're supposed to be play by play. I'm supposed to be color commentary here. I don't know if that you should be. You know.
Hey, I'm doing both.
Bring it up. Eating on Paul's face and.
Hey.
Nutty. Just saying.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Speaking of nutty, Loki, it's like these Nutra Valley. Not Nutra Valley. Yeah, I think it's Nutra Valley. They got like these almond butter like cinnamon biscuits. Them things bang.
Almond butter cinnamon biscuits.
Yeah. I didn't really know about them until like my sister got them, or like I guess like they went to the market one day and just found them. Them things, it's nice. Especially in the aspect of like, you know, realistically, who's really going out their way to just be like, yo, let me get a cinnamon biscuit with some almond butter on them.
Not a big cinnamon fan, but if it's not heavy, I'd try it.
Yeah. I feel like it's more like it's like a subtle cinnamon. Sad to probably assume. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like in most cases, obviously, like, I mean, spoonfuls of cinnamon are OD. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Also,
Yeah,
cinnamon.
It's gotta be subtle. I don't like strong cinnamon flavor.
Yeah, like a dash of cinnamon.
Yeah.
You know, Pat, they often say that you
like if it's supposed to be like cinnamon, like almond butter, I need to be able to taste almond butter.
Yeah, like a good mix of almond and cinnamon.
Tonight it was Paul Heyman coming out and selling him on a dream of a World Heavyweight Championship match tonight against Seth freaking Rollins, and he bit hook, line, and sinker.
And now Rollins and Heyman and Breaker have Uso exactly where they want him. Well, maybe not. Jey Uso showing that grit that won him the world title in the first place. Won him 10 tag team titles over his career. And now the body shots by Rollins unloading on Usos, trying to cover up official Chad Patton. Giving a lot of leeway.
Hey, Seth, you might want to chill. You about to get DQ'd, my boy.
Not to be disqualified.
Champion's getting beaten down there.
Champion's advantage. Rollins has to pin or submit Jey in this match.
There's a chance that Paul Heyman has gotten a hold of this ref, though. I mean, that's...
You mean pay him off?
I don't want to say this.
Like, if he paid off the ref, man, that's planning 101.
Paul Heyman is the most corrupt person I've ever met in my life, and I've known the guy for 30 years.
Yeah, but not with the officials, not with our refs here. WWE, fair and square, down the middle. Can't have any corruption with the refs.
Rollins now.
Hey, that boy Pat must not have been watching in 2003.
Fighting back, though. Jey with a headbutt. Rollins dropped to the mat.
Oh, hold on. From the top. Oh, never mind.
Lands on his feet.
Oh.
And Uso.
Oh.
Building momentum.
Oh.
Both men down center of the ring.
Double cross body.
Did they just do a fusion dance in the middle of the ring?
I just saw Jay's tell, by the way.
Double cross body.
Oh, about what?
Championship on the line.
Like when the ref does, like, you know, like how
this is what life is like with the target on
when they're close or they're on the ground, like check on wrestlers after like odd moves that they're okay.
Yeah.
And some wrestlers like give a little pat or something. Jay like does the thing with his ear stud there.
I would have let him know that he's still good.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah.
Jay starting to feel it now. Down goes Rollins. Samoan drop.
This is what Jay's been waiting for. Grill shining. Championship Moxie.
And into the corner.
Damn.
Jay to Umaga and his daddy Rikishi. Cover. Hook to the leg. Shoulders down. And Rollins at 2.
I don't know how Seth kicked out of that. Did you hear that thud? When his ass hit Seth's head, and then that turnbuckle.
Bro, this dude Pat gotta chill, dog.
Even those cows that become the steaks.
Pat gotta chill, bro.
Absolute brawl here.
Look at this. Look at this. Full speed. Bang.
And then they got the close-up shot of the ass hitting the head like that.
Jay now lifting Rollins up again.
I don't know how Seth kicked out. I don't know how
Well, I mean, you know, they had a close-up shot of like Roxanne's crotch earlier. They had a close-up of like Lyra when she got in the lane, like she was wearing like I don't know if it was a thong or something like that. They're a little out of pocket tonight.
Oh, that wasn't a thong, nah.
Kicked into the corner.
Well, it wasn't like shorts. That's for damn sure.
Seth freaking Rollins.
Yeah.
And Rollins with a suicide
Oh, good tope.
dive.
But yeah, if it was anything like that, I don't think they would have been that close if it was that. I don't know. I really don't seem like that type of person, to be honest.
Heavyweight champion.
Oh, damn!
Jey Uso caught him. Cover now for the win to retain the title.
How in the world?
That like it was straight out the video game.
Rollins keep kicking out. He must have come down from 15 feet right into an Air Force One. Boom.
Shades of HBK and Shelton Benjamin there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Indeed it is.
A little bit.
Looking now that I think about it, Javon Evans is probably like the second person that could recreate that spot.
What a title defense by main event Jey Uso here tonight.
I know I just never thought about that because they always somebody he got bunnies.
Beat the Celtics.
That might be something they have to do.
And Jey Uso has almost beat Seth freaking Rollins twice now. What more is it?
That is true. Oh, big knee.
So close to a spear. Seth freaking Rollins now. He's thinking buckle.
Damn, he muscled him up.
All over Jey Uso from Seth freaking Rollins.
Muscled him up.
When he went over the announce table earlier on, Rollins out with
Ooh.
Jay. Jay's in trouble. Seth Rollins could be closing in on the world heavyweight title.
Seth freaking Rollins doing all of this with blood shedding from his head.
Oh, I guess he is. Oh. Oh, hold on. Oh!
Caught him with a pedigree. Counter to the spear for the world title. And Uso kicks.
So I'm guessing this is his universal counter for every spear. I did not think he was going to do that.
Look at this. What a counter by Seth into a
And that was clean. Like,
there, but it was effective.
that's clean.
I mean, the Roman one was definitely cleaner, but
I mean, Roman's bigger.
Yeah. That's the only.
Plus, Roman has a further launching point than Jay.
True.
That dude Roman be flying. Yeah.
Gut check time. Championship on the line. Wise man consulted.
Bro said he's hurting. Do it now.
Think about the hundreds of times that Wise man's been in this situation.
And Rollins, too, looking for his 6th world title. Measuring main event, Jey Uso. Looking for the stop. Jey able to duck underneath.
Oh, God.
Rollins, the way he beat Gunther. The way
Hold on.
he beat Gunther in WrestleMania. And Rollins able to counter. But Jey Uso now.
Oh!
Cover. Rollins stays in it.
Oh.
All of Omaha thought we had a and still situation.
Now is the champion, Pat, beginning to doubt himself a bit.
He has to be contemplating what needs to be done to put Seth.
Bro, why is Braun laughing? What is the plan right now?
On his back for 3 seconds as
I don't know.
Like, I don't know if Braun's like, oh, I just love competition, or if he's like, oh yeah, I'm finna spear the shit out of Jay. Probably both.
And wouldn't make any sense though, like the DQ said when he's got a shot at it.
Yeah. Or it could just be like a lump. Yeah. Or it could be like a mind game thing where it's like Seth's like, you know, I just want Logan Paul to have a chance of beating you on Saturday, and then I'm gonna spin the block.
Jay heading up to the top rope, Seth Rollins.
Damn.
Big right here. Jey Uso sitting down, finds at least a little bit of stability as Seth freaking Rollins continues to climb.
so high risk here. One slip, one fall, this match is over.
Uso with a couple of headbutts. Rollins now.
Wait a second.
And Rollins fell into the
Oh,
official.
damn!
Breaker trying to get involved. Breaker kicked off. The official, Chad Patton, never saw what happened. Rollins looking to take advantage of this distraction. From the top rope.
Oh!
Roll through Rollins. Looking for the Falcon.
Oh! Nah, not like this. Not like this. Not like that.
That's straight out of the wise man's playbook.
Oh my God!
Didn't get all the stop. Cover now. Hook of the leg.
Oh my God! I thought it was over. Oh.
Oh, I did too for a second. I'm like, oh my God, did they actually pull the trigger?
This man did a what in the RVD? Hey, that still was kind of tough. I can't lie to you. I can't lie. Oh!
Remember what these guys did to Sami Zayn last week.
The honorary Uso.
Oh shit!
They thought he was coming for the entrance.
Thought he was coming from that ramp. Hell no. Coming out that crowd with it. Damn!
Rollins now trying to go after Sami, and Uso met him with a super kick and a spear.
Oh, he's going up. He's going up.
He said, let's end this thing.
Jay, top rope, frog splash to retain.
What?
Oh, shit.
Wait, no. Wait a minute. Hey, Seth, hold on. Don't. Hey, it's Monday, man. It's Monday. I'm gonna need you to relax. I thought it was over. This man ate a super kick, a spear, a Uso splash. Damn.
Uso with a splash and a spear, but the veteran Rollins is still in it.
Dude, Seth done fucked around and got plus 80 plot armor. Oh my God! Okay.
Well, if he didn't have busted ribs, he has them now, Sami Zayn.
Bro, did he hit the LED board?
It is chaos.
I'm almost certain he hit that LED board.
And Jay now going down to check on his buddy.
Wait. Oh!
Breaker with a spear. Heyman had the official distracted. What you didn't see was Breaker spearing Uso on the other side of the ring. The official.
No, they're not actually gonna. No.
Never saw it. Heyman had him distracted.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Wait!
Called it.
Maybe not, Cole.
Oh, and he's got a weapon. Ah! He's got a weapon. Oh, damn. Ugh. Hold on. Ugh. Ugh.
Was betrayed in Mania by his best friend.
Hey, instead of BTA, it's CTA. Shared ass. Now, obviously, this is a 3-on-2 situation right now. This is uneven numbers.
Look in his eyes, Cole.
I kid. But yeah.
I did say, you know.
What do you see?
Is Punk growing his hair out? I kind of hope so.
Uso's still the champion.
It's a little longer.
The tables on Rollins and Breaker tonight. You're finished. You're done.
Okay.
See?
Okay.
Hey, they got us though. Like they had us like.
Oh, they
my
they
God,
sold it. They sold it really really well. Cause for a second I thought, I'm like, oh damn, this dude, they about to pull the AJ Jinder Mahal swap from I forgot what year that was when they took Jinder Mahal at the Survivor Series match. Thought they would have pulled one of those. But yeah,
I mean,
that was good.
They had it. That like, oh my God, Seth's gonna actually win.
Yes,
It was just enough to make you think, oh my God, Seth's actually they're gonna like totally throw Backlash into chaos and give the belt to Seth.
Yeah, cause it was definitely after that spear, it definitely would have been nail in the coffin potentially for Jey Uso. But I mean, at least one of the people that got jumped 2 weeks ago showed up to work.
I said he would. I said he would. I like storyline. Give him give him a week off to sell the the quote unquote beating he got, and then he'd be back. Yeah. Sammy, I said Sammy could, but it was like, well,
yeah. I didn't know much about Sammy because I mean the ribs would have been hurt, but I mean I guess he sold it because he came out taped up. So
he came out taped up and wounded, and still took another one. But
yeah.
Now the question is, I think the question is if it seems like there's this alliance, sort of, against Seth and Braun to hold them off with these three, but are these three going to actually be the three right now, or is somebody gonna turn and actually flip?
I mean, a lot of people are saying, Sammy, which I don't really think at this point. I mean, Sammy was literally a heel for the better part of like 2 years recently. I don't think he turns for a foreseeable long time, honestly, if he does turn again.
That's the thing, though. Like, he joined the Bloodline, and like he did, like screw KO or whatever it is before he, hit Roman with the chair. Like at War Games, he nailed KO like to show his loyalty to Roman. But like, was he really a heel?
Oh no! Before that, you don't remember that? He had a heel stable. It was him, Cesaro, and Shinsuke. He was heel for like a year. Like he was heel for the year prior. When he was doing it, I forgot what because he had that MTV like theme. He wore green every week, and that's when he grew the beard out and the hair. So technically, he was heel for the better part of actually maybe 3 years now actually, because he was heel during the pandemic, and then when the crowd came back, that's when they started the Bloodline stuff, or him starting to hang around the Bloodline and stuff, which went on for another 2 years.
Well, this would be a different level, though. Coming off of that, this would be a different level.
I mean, the level doesn't. I mean, the level doesn't really move the difference of I mean, like realistically, he's been healed before. The only difference would be I mean, what he wins championships, then it's not comical at that point.
I just don't know who. They're not staying. It's not staying. I have literally 0% that Seth Braun with Paul is staying that way. It's just that I can't really think of who's next.
Oh, that's optional.
You get a surprising turn. I really can't think of who's next.
To be honest, it's probably just gonna be somebody that most people probably wouldn't. It probably will be somebody that no one expects, but at the same time, it's also somebody that probably already is. I feel like it more or less probably would already be a bad guy. Like, now that I'm even thinking about it, shoot, you can even have Grayson Waller do it. Because Grayson Waller is kind of due for a breakout. That would make sense. Especially for the fact that he's talked about how hard he's worked and how he doesn't want to give up because he's not a fan of kids and stuff like that. Like, like it was like the Austin Theory interview he did, where he was like, Theory wants to sign signs and shake hands and be a role model. I don't give a fuck about these kids. Like Grayson Waller could make a good shout. I still think if they want to keep Theory heel, which I probably think they won't, that's a good shout too. For Raw, there's really not that many names that, at the top of my head, make sense for them. SmackDown is probably a broader spectrum. At least SmackDown, you got like Mello, you got about the shit. No, they're not breaking that team up. Yeah, I mainly just probably say like Mello's probably like the bigger target for from a SmackDown perspective, because I mean that's basically two of NXT's former top guys with a 6-time world champion. If that's not the future, then I don't know what is.
I mean, if there wasn't like a kind of a feud going on, I would pick Trick.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
You don't think so?
I don't think his promo style fits them. Like I feel like Trick's promo style is like mad rugged, to where it's like at that point it would kind of just clash in a way. Or at that point it's like the way it kind of is with Braun now. Braun doesn't talk that much anymore, which in a way is kind of like a why is he now kind of basically Solo Sikoa, where all he makes is noises and make proclamations. Like I don't know why at some point when some people join stables, they just don't have mic time anymore. I never understood how that makes sense, but like it's like a 50-50, more or less.
It's kind of like it's sort of like he's kind of drowned out because he's a solid promo, but like Seth and Paul Heyman are like another level, so it's.
I mean, I get.
Almost be quieted out by.
I mean, I get that, but at the same time, it's like if Braun Breaker talks, people are gonna listen. Like it isn't one of the things where it's like, oh, Braun's like a soft-spoken promo guy. He's basically like a fusion of Scott and Rick. So it's like, if you give Braun the mic and have him, have moments where he like talks trash alongside them, it isn't gonna be like, oh, Braun has work to do. It's gonna be like, oh, Braun is pulling his weight, not only in the ring but on the mic. But I mean, it should be pretty interesting, really, to see like what they possibly do.
Moments, though. He can still have his moments. He can still have his moments where it's like him and Paul, like earlier. Even though he didn't really say anything, he could say stuff. He could have moments where like he's featured in a match and he gets to, do a spiel, feature himself.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But because if anything, since they're not on Backlash, it kind of takes off the element of, I guess you could say, maybe like the unveiling, kind of similar to like the Judgment Day was, where Rhea kind of got, like in the beginning stages, Rhea got introduced by interfering in an Edge match. At this point, it's not one of them things where it's like, if they do bring in a third man, potentially, like, are you gonna do it on a Raw? Or are you gonna wait till like another show to kind of like, kind of in kayfabe say, oh, Paul's been scouting and now we found our guy? Like, how do you play it out now? Because if you do it on Raw, it'll be the same as the Braun one, but also not really, because Braun was on the Raw after Mania, I believe. So it was still a special event or a special spectacle because they were still in Vegas, and it was that night after the night after, 2 nights later, basically. They would have to do that next turn at a major event to kind of solidify and be like, oh, now this is really a landscape moving acquirement.
hate to say it because maybe, it's not what a lot of people would want, but I'm still not ruling out the fact that, for as shitty as WrestleMania ended, that they're not going to figure out a way to, like, keep this open-ended to have The Rock involved and, like, work this into, like, Cena, too. I can rule that out.
I'm not gonna lie. After what Rock done said, I don't think he got shit to do with anything right now. I think Rock's just chilling at this point.
I think right now, but at a moment's notice, Rock could be like, "Well, we're going to go back to that," and they'll go back to it. And it's going to be an open-ended thing. It'll be just a crack in the door where, like, Rock is controlling all of this, and they're doing this so that, like, he's fully taken over the company. It's all his people, and it started with Cena, and this is happening separately, but it'll come together. I'm not ruling it out. I'm just not. I'm not ruling out the fact that it could go that way. And Cena will, and that could help. But that could lead to Cena's turn.
But the two goals don't really like align, really.
Well, but it's the Rock's goal, and Cena won't really want it, and that helps facilitate Cena to turn back. He won't want it, and eventually he'll have enough of it and turn back. Like, they'll placate him, like, yeah, you're the GOAT, you still got it, whatever it is, blah blah blah. But they keep helping him, and he keeps saying, I don't want it, I don't need it. I'm John Cena, I don't need the help, blah 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 blah. But he still gets help, and then it facilitates his turn. I'm not going to rule it out. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm just saying I'm not ruling it out as a possibility. Because when The Rock says he wants to show up and do something, he doesn't. Heyman's a bloodline left over. He could be answering to The Rock's. Cena's still The Rock's quote-unquote champion, even though he hasn't shown up. It's not like they're letting go of the soul-selling thing, because Randy just said it Friday. He mentioned soul-selling. He didn't mention The Rock, but he mentioned soul-selling, so it's still kind of like lingering out there. Whether we want it to or not, it's still kind of lingering.
I mean, they can kind of they can try to drag it along to make it seem like The Rock is important in this whole situation. But I mean, if we're being completely honest here, if the man who did it ain't bringing him up, I'm thinking at this point, I don't think he really holds as much weight as they want him to have. And plus, if he really if he really wanted to be as involved as people expect him to be, he would have been in Las Vegas. Whatever excuse he gave as to why he wasn't there, it's like at that point, like, it's hard for me to see him as the focal point of a story that he hasn't even been there for the build and essentially the climax of.
Nor should he, but we still have to consider the source and who it is, and he can insert himself whenever he goddamn well feels like it. We all know it.
Yeah, but at that point, like,
they'll find a way to tie it. They'll find a way to tie it together if he wants it to.
Yeah, but even then, it's like, to that point, it's like, realistically, if they try to tie those together, that would be corporate ministry level of bad. Like as far as like Undertaker saying, "Oh, I answer to a higher power," and then the cloak comes off and it's Vince McMahon. The man, you kidnapped his daughter, had her on a cross, tried to marry her. You've been tormenting he tormented that family for months, and the higher power is the man that I've been tormenting for the past couple of months.
I wouldn't say it's that bad.
It would be that bad.
I mean, the seed of Rock and Cena is there, even though it did pay itself off. And Heyman being tied to the family, and technically The Rock is actually the head of the family, regardless of besides the fact that he's a board member or whatever it is, he's the head of the family. He's the high chief now. Like, ceremonially, he was named the high chief. So if Heyman's that involved with the family, all they have to do is for Heyman to say, like, once on TV, I talk to the boss or I talk to him or whatever it is, and that's why they keep getting what they want, and that's what it is. It's him, and it ties it both together, whether we want it to be or not. It's simple. It's not. It's simple. I don't want it. It's not awesome. I don't know
I
if I would say
mean,
corporate bad.
in a vacuum, outside. I mean, I've had to fight. Obviously, I mean, like, oh, like Heyman knows the family, like that's one way. But I'm saying, as far as like corporate ministry in a way like this, for Undertaker, he more or less at that time, the whole idea was to go against the norm, and that the higher power was basically something more evil than him. But in the case of, it's like, oh, it's somebody that's more evil than him, I guess, quote unquote. But it's also the person that you kind of humanized before you, quote unquote, said that he was the higher power. In this case, for Seth Rollins, the whole goal is that he wants to restructure the future of the company to essentially kind of to essentially join or coincide with the part-timers and quote unquote, like people that come back whenever they feel like it, and whenever the iron's hot, they strike when the iron's hot, and they only do things when they feel like it. It would kind of be almost in that same realm, because it's like, well, damn, like, ain't just the pot calling the kettle black. You're disposing of part timers, but then you
on one side of the coin, yes, but Seth leading this new era, wanting to lead a new era of wrestling. Well, WWE is in a new era, but you got to remember who's on the board of directors and calls shots when he wants to. Seth is a liar and a master manipulator, so he's getting what he wants now. Paul Heyman is like next level liar and manipulator. I know how you feel about him. I get it. But like I'm just saying, in terms of like on TV and whatnot, Paul Heyman is like another level liar and manipulator and knows the family. And now who's painted as like the top liar and manipulator as far as WWE goes? The Rock. They fit together in that sense. Whether it's awesome or not, they can make that happen. And on that level, it fits, because then The Rock would say, I want a whole new WWE and scrap what we're doing now, and these are my guys. And then with Cena being the champ and saying, fuck all y'all, I'm taking the belt, the company belt home, and the tradition ends, everything ends, and y'all can still have your shows, and you can have a new championship belt, but the actual real and it'll be a fake, because the real championship is coming home with me, and I could signal a whole new era. There are ways to blend that shit together to make it all fit together as well. I'm not saying I absolutely want it. I'm not saying they will do it, but there is certainly a way, if it coming from the top, there's a crack in the door where if that's where they wanted to go with it, the seeds are there to put them all together, and that's what it could be. I wouldn't hate it, but it's not necessarily what I want. But it would be more entertaining than Cena sold his soul to The Rock and they never pay it off, and then Cena's just a heel champion running down the kids and the fans and eking his way through the next 5 to 6 months until he turns back and goes out on top as a hero, or whatever it is going on with his appearances. It sounds better than that. Let's be honest.
No.
Cena showing up once a month and having slow plotting matches with whoever he's going to be facing going into the end of the year does not sound as good as what I said, even if it's a little out there and wacky and like, oh, well, nobody trusts The Rock right now, and he could very well just turn around and fuck everybody over again. True. But based on what's happening right now with the more prestigious title and what's going on SmackDown and all that kind of stuff, this sounds better than that.
Nah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll just keep it a sec. I'll just keep it a sec, more or less. As much as like in theory, because I ain't gonna lie, like I said, as far as like the whole like rebuilding themselves story, if I really had to think about it, there's like 4 to 5 like rebuild, reclaim type of stories going on right now. So at that point, it's like for Cena to be added to it just for the sake of like, oh, let's have him go out the same way he started. I mean, they can do it, but I mean, I'd rather they would just do it like, the Hulk Hogan way, where it's like, okay, well, we know this is it. They can just cheer him on the way out, and then when it's all said and done, you pay homage and you leave. Because I feel like at that point, if they do the whole like, let's fight what's right one last time, and let's round up the like, it's gonna just seem forced from the beginning of the year to the end. It would just seem forced.
But the only other logical thing they could do here is like a WWE Civil War. Like a company-wide Civil War where like even like mid-card and low-end talents have to pick a side or get their ass beat. The problem with that is if Seth's group, because obviously take Cena out of it in a vacuum, put Cena in a vacuum, although Cena technically does what he wants. See, that's the problem. Cena basically does what he wants. But separate from that, Seth and his group are kind of doing what they want and getting what they want. It doesn't make any sense for like Triple H or like the GMs to just let them do what they want and give them what they want and let them manipulate things in their favor. So somebody has to, or Paul, manipulating things in his favor and adding to the group and then putting guys down and blah, 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 blah. At some point, you're not going to have like, oh, well, Adam Pearce is going to suspend them or indefinitely, blah, blah, blah. That's old. That's boring. There's got to be something different. But Paul Heyman, as the master manipulator, getting them what they want, who's he getting it from?
But also in the case of for Adam Pearce, we also can't ignore the fact that this man literally did say that he lets the inmates run the asylum. I don't think it's like Adam Pearce for the most part. Literally, he literally just go. He'll wait like yeah.
Except when he chooses not to. That's the problem. That's the wackiness of the show is.
Yeah, but how many times has Pearce actually? Yeah, how many times has Pearce actually done it though?
That's the thing. You can't let the inmates run the asylum, but then come out at certain points and go, no, this is not going to happen. We're not doing this. Like it's hypocritical and stupid. So it's either.
I mean, I would say that. I mean, because as far as like the idea of like more or less, it's not really like the Nick Aldis thing where it's like he doesn't want them fighting unless it's in the ring, or he doesn't want them doing things to mess up the show. Like he's not that strict. More or less, his thing is like, if it's something that literally you start harming people that he has to pay money for, like guards and commentators and himself included, then he's like, okay, well, now you're doing too much. Like, you put your hands on me. You're fucking up. But realistically, as far as like the Bronson Reed stuff, Bronson Reed really never got suspended. He like when he was crushing Rollins with the tsunami like 5 to 8 times, Pearce didn't suspend him. If anything, he gave him a match, and then he ended up getting more matches with Strowman where he kept doing the same thing. It's more or less a thing where it's like Pearce is already a renegade GM that until you touch him, he don't really give a damn. Which is broken.
Unless they pull something where like they literally go like heavy into the inmates run the asylum and Pearce is in on it.
They already are. Like the last time he suspended somebody. No, they do. Like I'm saying, the last time somebody got suspended was Gunther, and that lasted what, a week, a day.
Well, because McAfee wanted it.
Yeah, and he complied immediately. Like he doesn't he doesn't stand on like his whole thing is he does something to try to appease maybe the board of directors, maybe Triple H, but really the superstar that they're like, yo, unsuspend this man, I want to beat his ass. He's gonna unsuspend him so that he can beat his ass.
Okay, well, he's an easy. I'm not saying. I'm not arguing the easy get part, but if you really want to make it like stick better, where Seth and his group can do whatever the hell they want, then basically like Pearce should be a heel GM who is like on their side. and like in their pocket, so to speak, to allow it more so than he does now.
I'm not gonna lie. To be honest, if I'm being honest, like Seth getting a world title match already in itself is basically them running the show, because Paul Heyman literally just ran out there and said, "Yo, pick a time and place. Seth taking your belt," and then Jay said, "All right, bet. Let's do it. Let's do it tonight." And Adam was just like, "Oh, well, here you go," knowing he had Logan Paul lined up for Saturday, and now it's like literally just him. Like I said, he literally just he goes with what they want already, so they won't really have to change much in story for him, because he already don't enforce nothing. And if he does, it lasts about a day.
They wouldn't have to change much in story, but it should be in story, where he's leaning more towards being a heel GM, because neither one of them are.
Oh no, trust me. At least as far as right now, Pierce is more hated than all this. Like even when they had their like interactions for like drafts and stuff, they pretty much kind of made Pierce the bad guy, because they even said like I said, once Pierce said the whole inmates running the asylum thing, and Nick Aldis is the only one that wants order on his show, and whenever he's on a show, he was always preaching about respect and doing things in the ring. Backstage ain't the place for all that. Pierce don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. So already in itself, it's like Pierce is already a renegade, to where it's like he don't really pick sides outside of, them involving him. But outside of that, it's like, they're pretty much already polar opposites. But I don't know. I just feel like there's like a way to like me personally. I don't think there's a way. At least this is why I feel like I hope they don't. What the heck just stabbed me in my foot? Ow. Yeah, I always think there's a way to merge it. And then plus, even in Rocky's case, when he kind of said the whole like, "Oh, we're gonna take you on a ride," and then he does what he does at Chamber, and he doesn't show up. At this point, respectfully, I don't want to see him on my TV at all. At this point, I want them to completely pivot.
No, I'm definitely.
Not that. Yeah.
Unless he's fully invested and at least shows up, once in a while, once a month, something along those lines, schedule permitting. I could understand if like he's gone for a month because of a movie or whatever it is, but like commit to it. I'm not saying it should happen.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying you're saying that. But I'm saying as far as like, even if it's like a thing where literally, like how it is now, where literally like Roman Reigns, like respectfully, he shows up for a couple of dates, and then he takes a 3-month hiatus. Then he shows up again and takes another 3-month hiatus. And then he shows up again, and then maybe it's a 4-month hiatus. It's like at that point, as many times as you want to fit in dates before you take a break, you're still basically. It's still almost the equivalent of a not fully committed type of story. Like in this case, Punk already is kind of like, part-time. We understand that at this point. But at least Punk in storyline always kind of has a reason to miss the next week, or to miss a specific week, whether it be an attack or just feasibly, like as far as like where they were maybe the week prior, he can't be there, like in physical terms. More or less. In the case with Rock, even in Rock's case, if he came back and just said, "Yo, like I'm locked in, let's really hit this story hard," I don't give a fuck what he does. Like at least like right now in my mind, I'm like, even if Rock shows up right now and says, "Yo, I'm here for the rest of the year," that doesn't change anything for me. At least currently.
Him saying I'm here for the rest of the year would depend on how much of I'm here for the rest of the year he actually is.
I mean like literally, like in a fictitious idea. If he was to come out and say, "Okay, from the point that I'm showing up today to every date for the rest of this entire year, I am here." If he came out and did that in a fictitious world, it still would mean it wouldn't mean anything to me, because at that point it's like the story that they tried to build, he already missed the building of it, essentially, or the peak of it being, okay, Cena wins with help from the person that quote unquote he sold his soul to. Travis Scott showed up with a Cactus Jack belt and sauntered down the ramp for 4 minutes. At that point, whatever you give me after that, I'd rather just be Cena. At least I know his goal is to piss me off, not unintentionally piss me off and then try to clean up for the mistake of pissing me off.
I agree, and we all know even if the Rock came out, the Rock can't even hypothetically say this is what the story is going to be, and I'm going to be here like all the time. He can't.
Exactly, he can't confirm it. Same thing with Cena. Like, we all know Cena's gonna do movies or just not show up. Period. Which is why when he counted down the dates, it sold the character even more because he's like, I have 26 dates. Or at the time he said, I have 27 dates left. And then after Friday, he'll have 26. And then after Saturday, he'll have 25. So at that point, it's like, realistically, the dates will correlate realistically to like, okay, like now when he shows up, it means something. Like, we're going to get prolonging. We're going to get his next title contender. We're going to get something of usefulness to hold people over until the next time he shows up. In Rock's case, it's like, oh, well, he kind of like was like, oh, well, I didn't think they really needed me for real. I didn't really think my place in the story went as far as people wanted. It's like, well, at that point, you think? I said it for weeks. At a certain point, he stopped mattering. And I don't know why they kept bringing him up. He even said it himself. He didn't matter at that point. He was there for the moment. He went home and played dress up with his daughter.
Well, that's his story. That's his BS story.
That's his spiel. That's his spiel. But at that point, it's like if he even tried to make up saying, "Oh well, I didn't think I was that important." How important is he? Let's be honest. Outside of the planning, I guess you could say like that.
Yeah, his whole explanation was bullshit. His whole explanation was bullshit because he knew when WrestleMania came around he was going to be in Hawaii filming the Scorsese movie.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew he wasn't going to be there, but he just let it happen and didn't even like appear beforehand.
Didn't acknowledge it.
To be like, I'm not going to be there, but I'm not going to be there. But here's the plan, and have somebody else get involved so that we would be still talking about it right now. He didn't even bother.
So it's like one of them things. Yeah, one of them things. Yeah. He's all what?
No, it's just the point is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I want it or it should be that way. I'm just saying there's a crack in the door, and don't be like, I know you wouldn't necessarily be happy about it, but do not be shocked if this Rollins thing is tied to The Rock and they revisit Cena and The Rock and it's all one thing. Don't be surprised if they do it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying I have this all the signs. It's not a prediction. It's not one of my godly predictions that I make. It's not something I necessarily think would be badass or like, oh my god, like Sting versus NWO, gotta tune in every week, good kind of shit. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but realistically, I just know enough about The Rock and his ego and whatever it is that some part of me thinks that they're doing this and leaving it open just enough that if The Rock wanted to be part of this and tie it together, they'll do it. And I would not be shocked if it happened. I'm not saying it will or that I want it to, but I would not be shocked if it did. And the general idea, whether he's in it or not, the general idea of like Seth's group getting bigger and there being something akin to like a WWE Civil War where like people need to stay out of the way, they're going to get their ass beat and pick sides when they have to and have like Seth's group trying to take over not just Raw, but the entire company, and people got to fight back, and whether they interchange or not because of the schedules or whatever it is, and like other people are fighting for the company itself, I wouldn't have a problem with that storyline in general. I just feel like I'm just preparing myself for the fact that, like, you know what, with the ego, with how the story could go and how like hot the story could be, that it's open for The Rock to just say, you know what, I'm getting involved in this. Here's how to tie it together. There are threads to tie it together, and this is how it's going to go, and it'll happen. I don't want it to, but I see it.
I mean, but even then, like, even in the hypothetical sense, right? Is there really any way, if he wanted to even put himself in there, for him to actually, like I said, like it happening ain't really like a part of my mind really at this point. Like, I mean, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But the main thing for me realistically is that, like, even if he tries to, he's not gonna be important. Which I feel like at that point is probably the one thing that, like, ego aside, is that he would have to probably come to grips with that, because if you try to blend it in with Seth, all you do is kill a kind of Revolution-esque story by trying to put your name on it. If he comes back to the Cena storyline, where realistically, the whole plot armor doesn't, the whole reason he's doing what he's doing isn't even because of the whole, like, him selling out and everything like that. His whole reason of doing this is because he's tired of the fans, he's tired of the kids, 25 years of disrespect, a one-sided relationship, and he wants to take the belt home and make them start over. That doesn't even align with what Rock wanted in the beginning, as far as, like, him saying he wanted a people's champion. Those are that in itself is two different sides of the coin. That he already in itself is hanging on to in itself. He's hanging on to that already, because it's like, oh, The Rock wants a champion to lead the company. Cena is trying to leave the company. So it's like, already in that point, he's already holding on for that.
Yeah, he pivoted to that after the fact, because he probably knew Rock wasn't going to come back to finish it. Pause.
Yeah.
But I think if the whole idea of Rock wanting his own champion, his hand-picked champion, and then ended up being Cena, doesn't make any sense from the jump if Cena's done at the end of the year, because then what?
Exactly. So at that point, the story in itself already doesn't make any sense. So for him,
it shouldn't have happened, because they wanted Cody. He wanted Cody to do it, and Cody said no at the end of the day. So they pivoted to Cena, but they shouldn't have done it that way. Cena should just.
I mean, I think Cena was always the option to turn.
Cena should have showed signs that he was kind of getting a little edgier and like, wait, what is he? Why is he doing this? Like, what is he doing? And then at Mania, have the straight up match, and then he just pulls the turn. And he could, what he's doing would have been, oh shit, and because the only thing we would have missed out on is some of the promos that he did beforehand. That's it. And the Cena turn would have been more impactful, and if he would have done it on his own. So it shouldn't have been. Cody should have just said no, and then Rock's pissed off and leaves, and it would have been a little more boring, but
that would have been hella awkward.
Back and forth wouldn't have been as heated leading into the match, and then Cena turns at Mania on his own without the whole Rock slitting his throat and kicking the balls or whatever it is. He could have done that shit at WrestleMania and won, and it would have been far more impactful and far more shocking, and then you could have heel Cena, and we're not talking about this shit. And then if The Rock randomly showed up at some point and said something about whatever, or to help Cena or give Cena what he wants, or Cena says he's going to the boss or whatever it is to do, because the boss said he can do whatever the hell he wants, and that boss is The Rock, then it's like, all right, whatever, nobody cares. Nobody's up in arms about the whole damn thing, and it's just, I just know that, like, The Rock is out there and is going to show up at some point, and I'm trying to, like, think of a way to put a cherry on a shit sundae that this story could be like a massive thing, and he's going to want to be in it.
I mean, if I'm being honest, realistically, the Cena storyline, as far as compared to what they're doing or trying to do with Raw, the Cena storyline is definitely, like, a third tier story at this point. Because I mean, obviously, I mean we're getting like some of Cena's best hits probably. Like I mean, we're gonna get probably Cena and Orton. We might get Cena and Punk after he's done with the Rollins thing, if he ever will be done with the Rollins thing. But on the surface, there's more intrigue in a storyline that revolves around Rollins basically trying to be the savior of a company that's been riddled with part timers and celebrities who want to become wrestlers. That storyline has has more legs on it than waiting. Not saying we are, but like essentially waiting in some cases for like in some fans' eyes, waiting for Rock to come back to give meaning to something, or in Cena's case, kind of just being like, oh well, I've already pivoted to being like the guy that takes the title home. At that point, who like the idea of who's gonna help him has died. The idea of we already know Travis Scott's gonna get in the ring because he's training, so it's only a matter of time before we get that match. So it's like realistically, it's almost like they pivoted to a whole different realm to where the time of, I guess you can say, like it being like utmost like traction, or the time of it having traction has definitely died, especially after night 2 when almost the entire world sat there and was like, not only did you not show up, but that finish was ass. I don't think Rock could come out and literally bring Steve. He could bring Steve, Bret Hart, Stone Cold, and Gerald Briscoe's nephew, and jump the shit out of Cody, and ain't nobody gonna give a damn. Like at this point, it's like he could pull out everything out the artillery. Like at that point, I'd already forgot about the whole situation. Like as far as like from a week to week basis, after the Raw after Mania, the women are cooking. That's one. Karrion Kross should be on my TV more. Don't know why he wasn't on it this week. You gave him a YouTube segment. That in itself is a whole other topic. Like the whole Rollins thing, as far as in layman's terms, him and Heyman doesn't really make sense. But if the goal is to restructure the company and their image in a self-centered way with him as the champion, I can get behind that, because then it might lead to Seth versus Braun, to where okay, now we get Braun culminating the story on some Triple H Batista type stuff, where Batista basically took the reins of being the future leader of the World Championship, division over Seth Rollins. I could see that being a thing. Like if that was the case.
Yeah.
So
he's manipulated and second guy, but it's like, why can't I be the champ?
Yeah, or more or less like how was Batista? Like everybody knew Batista was better. Like as far as like he had more longevity, he had more legs than Triple H would have at that time. Or Batista was just way stronger than Triple H. Even Triple H knew it, which is why he tried to hold him under his thumb. Seth Rollins already in itself, you can tell, has acquired Braun Breaker services because he don't want to fight Braun. He doesn't want to deal with that. So in theory, that story of Seth hiding the fact that he doesn't want to fight Braun is way more amicable than whatever the heck SmackDown has. And I want SmackDown to be good. I want them to have proper stories with people that are actually going to be there on a week-to-week basis. But right now, they booked themselves into a hole. And now, at this point, it's just kind of like, well, whatever they give me, they give me. And if it's decent, then, I mean, applause to them. But if it's average, or if it just sucks, they can't clean that up. Like, they can probably clean it up if they, like, do a whole complete... Like, unless Cena literally loses at the end of the... Like, well, he will lose at the end of the year. But unless he loses in, like, November or, like, October, or at the earliest, there's really no way of them kind of, like, giving themselves a head start for 2026. At least for SmackDown's case.
Well, SmackDown's going to get a big help in getting their asses back to fucking 2 hours. Because they know how they can at least have a more concise show, even if the main event is hobbled with Cena as champion.
I mean, the 2 hours, the 2 hours makes it worse, because now they don't have enough time to throw random things at the wall and hope they stick. Now they actually have to make a card. And from the last week, when they technically had their chance to make a card, it wasn't it wasn't of note. I don't think I heard anybody saying, "Oh yeah, that SmackDown was banging." I checked Twitter. There's nobody saying, "Oh yeah, Alistair and Miz was A1." No one's talking about it. So if you make it 2 hours, now I can really highlight the BS you put on my screen in 2 hours. 3 hours, I could probably forget it.
The U.S. title picture and the tag titles should be carrying, and the tag titles weren't on. The U.S. title picture is good because, really, if for nothing else, what else are these guys going to do?
Yeah, it's full of people who should be competing for a world championship, basically.
But, so, like, the opening part was good. I didn't really have a problem with Orton's promo other than, like, a couple of things. It was okay. And then, like, you played up to the Fatal 4-Way and or whatever it is, but that could have been, like, done this week because there was no Drew last week. And realistically, the match that started the night should have been the main event. And that killed all the momentum because by the time the main event rolled around, it was like nobody cared. The show was boring, and the main event wasn't worth being the main event, no offense, because it wasn't very good. If you had had, the whole U.S. title thing, and you could have saved making a match of Fatal 4-Way until literally the night before, or at the end of the show, you could have had the brawl and then said, you know what, I forgot, Aldis comes out and goes, you know what, in all this, I'm tired of this. I'm going to make this a triple threat. But, oh, wait a minute, Drew McIntyre's the #1 contender. Forget it. I'm making it a Fatal 4-Way. That could have been the end of the show. And it would have propped the show up. Because LA Knight and Priest were having a solid match before the interference happened. And it happened at the beginning. And it should have been the end. And they literally said at the beginning it was going to be the main event of the night. So once that was done, they were out of gas and had nothing. So if you switch the opening segment to the main event, like it should have been, give us announce the Fatal 4-Way, U.S. title, and actually have, after the TLC match, actually, instead of just talking about it, at least have your champions on the show cut a promo, something like that, coming off the high energy and intensity and coming off that, like, big high of that main event the week before with the Profits retaining and having that. Then you take a boring show and make it like, yeah, it was okay. Because that could carry, even on a 2-hour SmackDown, the tag division, assuming nobody's breaking up, the tag division having Fraxium now, and with Cena as champ, focusing more on the U.S. title, making it more prestigious, and having main event level guys compete over it, that can carry the show. Mix in the women and, like, no offense to your girl, but your girl shouldn't be getting any more title shots right now. And I don't want to see Charlotte, but, like, mix up the women, and then you got something. Just throw more people into that mix. Like, instead of all these main event level guys going after the U.S. title, why isn't Carmelo in the mix for this? He was. Why isn't Andrade in this? He was. Although, at least Andrade's sort of got a story going at the moment, so minimal props to them for that. Because he kind of has a story. Carmelo doesn't.
Well, Carmelo kind of, in a weird way, the only thing I can say is that Carmelo, I guess, is getting, like, the Alistair rub, which in basic layman's terms is that he's gonna put Alistair over, which in reality Alistair doesn't need to be put over because, I mean, it's Alistair. I don't know why you are feeding, like, Miz. I get it, safe first match back. I understand all that, but for y'all to be like, oh, Mello and Alistair is gonna bang match wise, yes, but beneficially, This man was the #1 pick, and he has more losses than wins. I don't care about him having good matches anymore. There's only a few people that I can say, oh yeah, they can have a good match, and it matters. Like, if Io has a good match and loses, she wins a lot more than she loses.
And realistically, it's not going to be a banger because they're probably not going to get the time to have one.
I mean, they're probably gonna get the time. I ain't gonna lie. Like, as far as SmackDown, like, they'll probably get the time to do like the best, the 2 out of, not the best out of 6 or best of 7 with him and Andrade. They were getting time every week, and I think he lost the best of 7. That went to 7. So it's like, at that point, it's like, realistically, if the payoff of this whole thing is that Melo loses, you wasted your, like, in kayfabe terms, you wasted your first round pick. Your first round pick is a bust in basketball terms, because Melo, outside of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal that just happened 2 weeks ago, what has he won? Nothing. And at that point, we could sit here and be like, oh, well, say they split up the Money in the Bank briefcases again. Say Raw has a briefcase and SmackDown has a briefcase. Am I supposed to believe that Melo's a credible Money in the Bank for SmackDown if they were to go that direction? I can't say that right now. I can't.
No.
Especially if and then if you merge them, and I got Raw I got guys from Raw in that Money in the Bank with guys from SmackDown also in that Money in the Bank. There's probably going to be a guy from Raw that I want to see hold that briefcase. If they put Penta or Phoenix in that Money in the Bank match, I'm not rooting for Melo. If I see Kaiser in freaking maybe what's a far-fetched name? Like, hypothetically, if I see freaking Axiom in that Money in the Bank match, I'm not rooting for Melo. If he was to qualify, like, just because of like the way that they've been booking him. At the core, yes, Melo. I want Melo to succeed, but you kind of have to work around certain ways of doing it.
Melo needs to be on Raw to fresh start.
He gets buried on Raw.
I don't think so.
I mean, because Raw is more stacked than SmackDown, and he's not winning on SmackDown. If he goes to Raw, it's gonna be. It's probably gonna be like the same way they're doing Waller and Theory, where basically on SmackDown they were actually fine and serviceable. They went to Raw. They went to Raw and they just tried to get fed to people.
Right now, at least for the rest of the year, he's toast on SmackDown because he's not sniffing the main event with Cena as champion, and you got main eventers in the U.S. title scene. I think if he was on Raw right now, he could firmly be in the IC title picture. If Dom's holding the belt, there's no reason why Melo couldn't be in the Intercontinental title picture.
But at that point, even if you look at that, you got AJ, you got technically Logan, because Logan can basically compete for anything at this point. You got Finn still lurking around. Technically Braun, because I'm guessing they're not putting him in world title contention yet, so technically he could still go for that belt if Seth ever wins and they want complete control of everything.
I mean, I guess if they want all the belts.
Yeah, you got Sammy. Shoot, at any point, like there's like Ludwig, who's not even on TV right now. You got Ilya, who's injured. You got Pitt. Like, there's like multiple names that you can think of that would go ahead of him on Raw too. So where he would basically be doing the same thing, just in front of a larger audience. Which I mean, in layman's terms, maybe.
It depends on story. If the main event story is going to involve Punk and Sammy and whoever, then they're not in that at the moment. And if the Judgment Day is going to break up a feud with Finn, then Finn doesn't have to be in that at the moment.
But even then, once those stories are over, they're gonna go to a mid card reset button, which means that anybody who was like, same with the U.S. title, Melo was in it until Jacob Fatu showed up. Until those guys that they wanted to like set their tracks like a certain direction came around. Yeah, Melo, Andrade, Knight was always in it, but like the guys that the belt was meant for got pushed to the wayside, which was very much unjust because now, like you said, it's main eventers competing for mid-card titles. On Raw, essentially, in a way, you could say the same thing. It's main eventers or potential main eventers competing for a mid-card championship. Like, the IC title is basically the prop-up for the World Championship. So it's like one of them things where they put themselves in a weird spot with most of their talent because if you're watching from a TV perspective, these guys can put on matches. These guys aren't bad, but all the people ahead of them that they built up to be more credible, it's very much like, or that you tried to build to be, I guess you can say, like more of value. It's like it just doesn't make sense to have him be the number one pick. If he was gonna be the number one pick and it was gonna be like an investment, like I don't know what's an example of that, to be honest. Like a Bryce Young or something, where it's like, oh, by the end of the year, he starts showing flashes, and then maybe that year after, maybe that third year of him being on the main roster, maybe we start taking that leap. It's like one of the things where it's like, if he was the number one pick, you would think he'd be like, in the mix for everything, but he's not. So.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't want to come down and end on a negative note because this was a good Raw.
Oh, we're good.
So
yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I don't want to like harp on all negative shit and The Rock and all that. This was a good ass Raw.
Yeah. Yeah, but at that point, it's just that point, it's just like chopping it up. But yeah, overall, like obviously Raw wasn't bad. Aside from the speculation of what is to come. I mean, they did most things. Most those things were exceptional.
Nothing on Raw was bad.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, as like Sammy and Punk getting involved in the main event, it was a good main event. But honestly, you and Roxanne was match of the night, without question.
Yeah, but I think like you and Roxanne was good. It's set up for a tag match that happens next week, which I'm pretty sure that will be exceptional as well. Furthering the Judgment Day dissension without Liv being there is always more or less like obviously the furthering of that story because we get Finn and AJ next week.
I guess they have to.
I don't have to. I mean, like I feel like that's like their end goal is obviously in play, and I mean,
it's in play. But I think Liv being out doing a movie for like a month probably put it on hold because they can't keep dragging this out much longer. We should have been done.
I mean, they're not really dragging. I mean, outside of the fact that realistically, Finn has been trying to manipulate the entire group. I feel like if anything, it's more or less like in story terms, they really haven't had a full blown reason yet to kick anybody out. And if I'm being completely honest, they haven't really had like a full blown reason yet.
They've been conspiring to get Finn, unless they pull a hell of a swerve, which I mentioned before, where like at the end of the day, it's actually not going to be Finn that's out, and Finn and Liv run Judgment Day, which I thought before, but doesn't make as much sense now. But
I mean, they disputed that part. But I mean, as far as obviously like conspiring, I get it. But as far as like more or less in the case where it's like there have been instances where like until Finn does something like costing somebody the belt or just having somebody lose on purpose because they fucked up, more or less. Like so far, it's been like accidents, and Finn more or less doesn't want to be alone because obviously at this point he's been hiding somewhat within a group for the past 2 years now. Dominic's the only one really progressing. It's like the story itself is like a slow build up to where, okay, either one day Finn finds his spark again or they just kick him out, whether Liv's there or not. And it does seem a little long.
They gotta kick him out. The finding the spark thing, I don't really think works. They need to kick him out.
Oh no, not spark within the group. I'm talking about like Finn finding his singles career spark. I'm not talking about like a spark within.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, that's past. But I'm saying as far as like, unless one of those two things happen, that's the only way that they might speed it up. Like, oh, Finn's like, oh dang, I could really win by myself for real. I never needed a group, and then, boom, 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 you make a whole bunch of different decisions. But the rate at which they're doing it, I mean, they're mixing in a lot of different feuds. Like, I mean, Gable and the Luchadors is getting mixed in with it. The Karrion Kross stuff could potentially get mixed in with it. They're mixing in a lot of different people among it. So I guess it's kind of...
Yeah, I wanted more Gable and New Day. Like, Are they conspiring to like team up, or like I'm curious about that too now?
I think it's more or less.
Cut short.
I mean, I think it's more or less them just kind of being scummy because they don't want to fight the War Raiders again. Because I don't really think they're better than American Made. I think the New Day are just trying to like play the middleman and be like, you know what? The War Raiders, we beat them already, even though they're kind of bigger than us and they could take these belts back whenever they feel like it. We should fight the Creed brothers, who probably equally can beat us up and take these belts when they feel like it. Like, I think that's just them being like middlemen in a way. But
possibly.
Yeah. But yeah, other than that, I mean, yeah, like they had a lot of good progression. I feel like next week's card match wise looks to possibly be equal to, if not better than this week. If I had to assume.
Probably.
I
don't know that the tag match is going to be good as what we got tonight. Just because it's a tag match, it's hard to really cook that hard in a tag match as opposed to what we got tonight. Because that match cooked. That was a banger. I'm not even gonna lie. That was a banger.
I mean,
so seamlessly.
Yeah, but I mean,
seamlessly.
Yeah, but the War Raiders and Creeds aren't going to be. I mean, they've never really had a bad match together in the amount of time.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the women. I'm talking about the women, not the Raiders. I'm talking about the women.
I mean, the women have already. They had a match on Tuesday. That was pretty much probably, if not the almost very much similar thing, outside of the fact that okay, Io's not teaming with Jordan Gray, she's teaming with Rhea Ripley. They're probably gonna. It's probably gonna be very similar to the.
I think it'll be good, but I don't. I think it's gonna be good, but I don't think it's gonna bang like like tonight's match did.
Oh, it'll be better. Trust me, it'll probably be better.
I don't. Are you sure? It's gonna be better? Because this tonight's match was a fucking PLE banger. They flowed so well.
You didn't
even come close to fucking anything up.
Adding Rhea Ripley and Julia to a match that already had Io and Roxanne in it, that's gonna exceed tonight.
Maybe.
Nah, because really, like obviously Julia can go. Rhea Ripley had a banger with Roxanne.
I know they can all go, but
yeah,
can we flow? If it was like a tornado tag.
No, that would probably make it. No, that would probably make it worse because then they could just. I
don't think so.
No, because that adds another layer of tornado tags. Add a layer of chaos that feud isn't really at yet. Like they're jumping people. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're at that type of point to where it's like okay, throw all four of them in the ring and let them go crazy. I think because Rhea had a good match with Roxanne. Well, yeah, actually not even a good match, a great match with Roxanne. They did well. Io and Roxanne flow well together. That will be the first time of us seeing Rhea and Julia, which they're both very much hard hitting, in a ring together. That's pretty much gonna exceed what happened tonight, realistically. Because I mean, a one-on-one match, obviously, you can control a one-on-one match more than a tag team match in layman's terms. But
I welcome the opportunity to be proven wrong. I'm not saying it's going to be bad at all.
Yeah.
I was just highly impressed tonight. That was a really, really, really good match.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at that point, at that point with the women, it's like they only go up. Like realistically, there's never really a case in my mind where I'm like, okay, like unless you're putting like, in like no disrespect to them, but it's like unless you're telling me like, oh, Zelina Vega's having a match with Alba Fire. That's the only way I'm gonna sit there and be like, okay, yeah, well, this isn't beating what happened on Monday.
I mean, I think that match tonight was so good. Add 5 minutes to that. That's a WrestleMania match.
That boy Glazins. I know.
Am I really that wrong? I thought it was that good.
That boy Glazins.
You give that match 5 more minutes of doing what they were doing. That's a WrestleMania match. That's a fact.
That boy Krispy Kreme.
And if it was for the title, that's a WrestleMania match right there.
I mean, we know that part. Even Stephanie and Io, like those are pay-per-view matches, which is why. That's why I feel like it's also kind of like an uneven thing because like obviously it's like they wouldn't keep these women on the roster and put them in the ring with Io if they weren't going to have, all like banger match that people could think about.
Well, part of it was, you know, wait, what the hell what they add to
Wait, to what?
Backlash? What was number 6?
Dom and Penta.
Yeah. So like, see, they're obviously to give the women's title the shine, they got their shine tonight and not at the PLE.
Pretty much.
And it probably should have been, because to be honest with you, no offense, but that should have been the PLE and not Dom and Penta. Dom and Penta could have been tonight, and you and Roxanne for the title could have been PLE, and I would have been like, cool. That could have been match of the night.
But Dom and Penta would have been the second weekend. That would have been pretty much the second time in a span of 3 weeks that Dom has defended his championship against Penta.
Well, it's happening anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying, as far as like realistically, the pay-per-view, they would get more time to have a better match than their Raw match. And even if Dom's gonna cheat, realistically, the goal would be just to, you know, in the case of like, you wouldn't want Dom's first title run to be like, oh well, we're gonna treat the IC title like how we used to treat it and just put it on Raw every week instead of giving it pay-per-view opportunities. Because I mean, that wouldn't help the belts either. But I mean, yeah. But like them being, cause like the women's matches being non-title makes it more or less one of those things where it's like, okay, we can preview the future while also building up some crazy matches that inevitably. What the heck? I was seeing Rick Fox on my screen. It's like inevitably it just builds up to like, okay, well, eventually we're gonna see these women in matches on a consistent basis and not on some NXT invasion type stuff. So more or less a precursor. But yeah, I feel like next week will probably be even to, if not exceeding, depending on what else they add to the card, because I'm pretty sure, you know, Seth's gonna have a match probably. I would assume maybe we get the Seth and Braun tag match next week. Like maybe Seth and Braun versus any combination of Jay and maybe either Seth or Punk. Not Seth or Punk, Sammy or Punk. Or you can have like Sammy and Punk just as a team and have Jey Uso worry about, you know, defending the world title. You know, they have a couple different ways to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways they can go.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm disinterested, because Raw was solid last week. Raw was good tonight. I can pretty much count on Raw being not shit. Even when it's not great, it's not shit. I don't have to worry about a Monday Night Raw being what Friday was. It's just not possible. And trust me, I am praying to the gods, sweet baby Jesus, don't let this Friday be like last Friday. Although I'm guessing it won't.
I mean, go home shows are usually upticking pretty much. Like, I don't think it's gonna be like a.
You'll probably. I'm guessing you'll get something tag wise. You'll probably have the Profits. We already know about Cena, so you're gonna have Orton. We already know we got a number 1 contenders women's match, which I'm guessing Nia's gonna win somehow. Probably not clean. And then probably, you know, Saturday night's main event, because it's only a couple weeks after. Basically, Backlash. You'll probably have Nia Tiffany. You'll get Nia Tiffany on that.
Which is gonna bang. I ain't gonna cap. That shit gonna crank.
That is, brother. Come on now.
We're not gonna act like Nia. We're not gonna act like Nia don't put on bangers.
Compared, really.
We can't compare Io to Nia Jax. That's two different. That's Joshi wrestling versus powerhouse wrestling. I can't compare the two.
Nia can have good matches with the right people. Tiffany's probably the right people because So, but like banger, let's not throw that word out. So like,
So
easily.
we're not going like Nia Jax and Naomi for them and them title matches weren't hitting. Them matches were good.
They were banger though. I don't know about
Them
that.
matches was banging. Naomi and Nia Jax was putting it on. I might be gassing it, but I mean they was putting it on.
You are. You're glazing.
I don't think you remember those. I don't think you remember those matches. Hey, Naomi was putting in work. Like I forgot it was like a spot in the match.
Naomi is putting in work and honestly should be in that match, but
oh no, not right now, not right now.
Yeah, come on now.
You saw them punches she threw the Friday before. You saw them punches.
Nia Jax is doing. Look, I will give credit where credit is due. Nia Jax is doing probably the best work of her career since she came back, and has good matches with the right people. I have never seen a Nia Jax match that is a quote unquote banger. I'm sorry.
See, we thinking of Charlotte Flair matches. I'm talking about a whole body of work right now. She didn't have matches.
I bet you are.
She didn't have
you are.
Not that body of work. I'm talking about like the matches with Bliss. The matches with Bliss. They cooked.
That has no influence on what you're saying right now.
I'm talking about Graps right now. This is me in a full Graps mindset. If I was going off of like presentation, then obviously, I mean, I'd be right along with that.
Banger though, banger. Like seriously, banger. No, she's never had a banger. Come on.
So the match with Rhea Ripley at Super Showdown wasn't a banger. When they went back to Australia, that wasn't a banger. That match was good.
I wouldn't say it's a banger, no.
That match was good. That's correct. Hey, hold on. That might be a video idea. We about to have an Aux battle wrestling. We about to have an Aux battle wrestling edition, and I'm about to pick 5 Nia Jax matches and put them up against any match you got, and we go find them and watch them and see who got better bangers. I think that might be an idea.
Okay, I will do you the courtesy. I will try to find a way to watch a couple of what you consider Nia Jax bangers and revisit and come back to it. But from my recollection, never been a banger.
Yeah, but
good, very good, like quality. Sure, banger. In my view.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna figure out a way, cause like this overlay right here is a blank canvas. I'm gonna set it up to where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have us on the screen, and then I'm gonna have a box for these matches.
Watch along?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a box. Yeah, I'm gonna have a box for these matches. And if anybody that watches this in revisionist history, you know, if you come by and want to, because I'm pretty sure at this point the matches will be old. So
all right,
we can
fine,
probably
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, at that point the match will be old, so we can show it.
I will let you convince me that Nia Jax has had a banger.
Yeah,
I'll let you.
It'll be the 5 Nia Jax matches versus any 5 that from any like favorite that you have. Like it could be 5 Naomi matches, 5 Rhea matches, something.
I'll do you one better.
Yeah.
We'll do that, and if I'm convinced you change my mind, and I will be open-minded about it, because I'm an open-minded person. I'll be open-minded about it. We will do that, and if I change my mind and open my eyes and say, okay, you were right, that was a banger. If I do that, I will buy a Nia Jax shirt and wear it on stream. For you.
Hey,
deal?
You better prepare to get that large, buddy, because I'm finna find 5 bangers.
Well, I'm not buying a large. I don't wear large.
What, like a medium?
Yeah, it depends on the fit, but probably a medium, yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to find. I might have to find that tonight.
If you change my mind, I will buy a Nia Jax shirt and wear it on stream.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Scout's honor. I'm fine at 5. be on the lookout for what. I don't know if it's probably gonna be this week. It's probably gonna be like maybe next week if I remind myself properly.
This week's kind of busy because we got the Backlash predictions, and then we got SmackDown Friday, and then the PLE Saturday.
Yeah. So we got a lot going on.
We still have that other idea also.
Oh yeah. At some point, that'll happen too, for sure. If I map out these things the way that I need it to be mapped out, then that'll definitely be on the hand.
Okay, but now if we made that deal, what happens if you don't change my mind?
What could be equally as potent?
All right, I'll make it fair for you.
Yeah.
It won't cost you a dime. If you don't convince me, open-mindedly, I will open-mindedly watch. If you can't convince me, you have to say on air, on stream, when we're done, clip it and make it a short that Nia Jax has never put on a banger match. You have to say it. Admit it.
You want me to lie? Oh, this man's devious, bro. Bro said
if you can't convince me, you have to say, okay, I can't convince you. Nia Jax has never put on a banger. And that could stir up a whole lot of that could be very good for us. That could stir up a whole bunch of stuff.
Nah,
a lot of people could come to your aid against me.
No, because at that point, a bunch of people can sit here and be like, "Oh, like say if I don't succeed," and then the people that supported me are like a whole different niche. But then the people that don't even know that we really exist, and that's the first impression they have, is me saying Nia Jax don't got no bangers. I'm getting cut.
All right, what do you got? All right, what do you got then? If you can't convince me, what do you got?
Trying to figure out. Like I don't know what's like. I'm trying to figure out what's his equal.
I just was thinking of something that worked to my satisfaction.
I got an idea.
Would make me smile, but not necessarily cost you money.
I got an idea.
Not that I want to buy a Nia Jax shirt, but
Yeah.
Okay.
If anything, since yours is like merch related, I'll probably just do one that might be at least comedically probably good. If I'm not able to do it, then I'm gonna get hot sauce, barbecue sauce, and
okay, wait.
And
no,
cranberry juice.
I got one for you. I got one for you. You don't have to do it on camera.
Well, I'll probably do it on stream. I'm not gonna lie. I'll probably do it on stream.
No, I got one for you. If you can't convince me, you have to eat a glizzy with queso and coleslaw on it.
Oh fuck no!
Not on camera. Just one. You have to eat one.
Bro offered me a glick. That's crazy.
I don't mean like the lowbrow way of making a glizzy, like boil it. You can get the glizzy anywhere you want, cooked however you want, fried up, whatever it is, but you got to put queso and coleslaw on it.
Bro tried to get me to eat the Travail style glizzy. That's
No, I didn't say fucking snickerdoodle shit. No, let's.
Hey. Yeah, but I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like the.
Although that would probably get Javelle to watch. That would get Javelle to watch. If you lost, you had to eat a snickerdoodle glizzy. He'd watch.
Oh God, a cinnamon dusted glizzy. I'd end it. I'd end it all. But like, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like hot sauce, barbecue sauce, and cranberry juice in a cup. Then I gotta drink it. I feel like that's fair exchange.
That's not that fun. That's not that fun for me.
That's gonna be horrible. That's gonna be horrible. Especially if I stir that up, that's gonna be ass. Like that is gonna be terrible.
I don't know. Something
Yeah.
to my satisfaction. I can come up with something.
Yeah, it'll probably be worked on. Cause I go honestly, I feel like that's a good idea though. Like me personally, I feel like that's a good idea.
I'm gonna be probably spending. I might be spending $40 on a T-shirt. You could do something besides take a sip of something gross.
No, I mean
that's
drink.
Not really
I mean drink the whole cup. I could throw up from that. Like that's. I think we're underestimating how bad that is. Hot. That's cayenne.
Why do you think I mentioned? Why do you think I mentioned the queso coleslaw glizzy? That might make you throw up.
That's not bad. That's just diabolical. No, I'm saying, but that's I'm saying, but that's diabolical eats. That's a whole different story. If it's something that I can blend in a cup that would possibly be like throw up inducing, and I gotta finish the cup, that's around the same thing. Or I feel like that's around the same ballpark, really. That's actually. I mean, it all depends. It all depends, to be honest. Cause like I said, like when I go out of my way to eat a glizzy with queso and coleslaw on it, fuck no. But it ain't gonna be like this is just like it's not bad eats, but it's diabolical eats. But
all right, you know what?
But a hot sauce joint, that's bad eats and diabolical all at the same time.
All right, how about this then? I got another one.
Yeah.
If you can't convince me during a recording or live stream, you've got to be mad sus and glaze a female wrestler and talk like it.
Wait. What are we talking about here?
You got to be out of pocket. You got to be out of pocket.
Wow. So you
somebody you would realistically be out of pocket about, of course, but you got to actually be out of pocket and say it.
This man don't want us to have no brand.
No, not that. That doesn't count.
Nah, like the. Nah. Bro want me to watch wrestling and be like, damn, that camera zoom on that ass was crazy. I can't do that. I can't.
Oh, that's not good enough. You can't say that the camera zoom on that ass was like demon timers. No, you can't do that. You gotta actually be like, out of pocket.
No, but the thing is though, like how far I could actually go, that's not gonna benefit us in the long run. I'm gonna say that right now. That's not gonna benefit us at all.
Well, I didn't say you have to go like dial it up to 11, but you gotta say something out of pocket.
I know nothing but 11. If I'm going that far, like you think about it, the Nia Jax conversations have been held to a minimum because I'm trying my best. If it's like, oh, wow out for a whole time frame, we're not going anywhere after that. At that point, it's gonna be like, damn, this man is a hazard. Like that's something I can't do. I can't risk that. Yeah, we'll look into it. We'll look into it. It's gotta be something that feasibly doable without me tainting my
reputation.
Yeah, my reputability. Like it can't it can't take me off the map like that.
Bro, I have to buy and wear a Nia Jax shirt. Do you really think I'd want to do that?
We could change that too.
No, I said I would do it. I'm
No,
only gonna wear it from one stream, and then I'll send it. If you want to buy a big enough one, I'll wear it from one stream and then fucking wash the hoe and send it to you so you can have it.
But shoot, at that point, it's like, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, it could be swapped. But I mean, I don't know. It'll come down to it at some point. But Rose said, hold on, you gotta get mad sus, mad freaky.
Well, no, I said you didn't have to turn up to 11, but you gotta say something out of pocket.
Yeah. I mean, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll sleep on it, and like, maybe I'll find a way to like, I'll find a way to say something without it being like mad
You
flagrant.
don't have to be like, to put in NBA terms, you don't have to like commit a flagrant 2 on stream. I'm not saying that.
No, if anything, actually, no. I was gonna say like a football term, but I'm gonna just say that for when I cut this button off, because that was gonna be a crazy ass statement that I was gonna. that was gonna be some crazy shit I just said, but yeah, we'll look further into it, because I ain't gonna lie, honestly, I feel like that's a solid idea that just came out in the spur of the moment. So like next week I'm gonna work on that, especially like right after this is over. I'm finding 5 matches. I'm not even gonna tell them which ones they are. I'm just finding 5 matches. I might even put in like a collage. Like I might like save them and just mash the matches together. Pause by just compilation. I might even do
That's
that.
fine. I'll do it.
Yeah. But we appreciate.
You have the chance. You have to convince me.
Yeah. Got you get to watch good graps. And if anything, I get to show other people if they don't think Nia Jax got them bits in the chamber. We can discuss it. But yeah. Just want to say, just to wrap this up. We appreciate you guys for watching, whether it be live or in post. Like we said, probably a prediction video will probably go out tomorrow, if I could probably assume. Probably tomorrow. I'm not gonna make any guarantees about NXT, to be honest, because I feel like the last time I did that, I literally didn't do it. So I'm not like, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. At this point, I'm not making no guarantees. But yeah, probably a prediction video tomorrow, at the latest maybe Wednesday, and then of course Friday and Saturday will be the SmackDown Go Home show and Backlash itself. As always, leave a like on the live stream. The videos after that, because obviously those videos are.
If you're not here now and you make it to the end part about a little bit, get some ideas. We'll take it into consideration.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if you have any ideas also for both sides, like punishments of sort, like that sounds crazy, but I mean, like for punishments more or less, as far as like if I succeed,
like
what does he have to do?
What the loser of the bet has to do. Maybe make it an on-stream thing, like. That could tie in, and we're just not thinking very creative right now because it's midnight and we've been on there for 4+ hours.
Right, it's very much
nearly
12.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, like and comment, subscribe by the way, because we are at, I believe, 419 at the time of this recording. Halfway through at least, like some of the partnership work. Obviously, we still have a lot of things to work on, but I mean, I'm not gonna go into all of that, but. 500 is the milestone for sure. That is definitely 500 and beyond. It's definitely the goal that we have. So
I want 500 by the end of the month.
Oh God,
that's my goal. It's only the 6th. We have 3.5 weeks.
We shoot for the stars.
I think we could get 82 more subscribers in about a month.
Yeah, I mean, crazy things have happened. Yeah, crazy things have happened. I mean, 400 happened in 2 days, so I mean, yeah, it's doable.
With what we got going this week, we could get that theoretically.
Yeah.
Maybe we catch the right time, the right people. Who knows, man?
Yeah.
I'm not saying Let's get that benchmark 1,000 by the end of the month. That's kind of unrealistic, but 500 is not unrealistic by the end of the month.
But yeah. Hope you guys have a good rest of your evening, afternoon, morning, night, whenever you guys come across this. Of course, social medias are, where's my hand? Right down here for me, and G is on the opposite side. Let me make sure I got the actual thing on my screen so that I hit the button on time.
Yeah, you do.
Let's see.
I had to put my big ass hands on fucking camera. Ain't no one with mitts, bro.
Hey. Okay, I guess I couldn't find it. This is like the only time where I'm like, I don't know how I can't find this button for real. The thing is right here. Trying to make sure I can get it, pull it up the right way. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now we're good. All right, yeah. Have a good rest of your night, and we will see you guys tomorrow for the prediction video. Peace.
Yep.